morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Goodia. I just have to remind you that you are still under oath.
That's correct.
Thank you. You may then have a seat.
Okay.
As the court pleases, my lord. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Goodia.
Goeiemôre.
Mr. Goodia, I hope you will bear with me. Yesterday was a long day, and to the end of your evidence, I confused myself with regards to times and dates. So, this morning, I would just like to, if you will bear with me, just so that I'm sure that I understand your testimony correct, if we can just only look at the timeline as your testimony goes, just so that I'm sure I understand you correctly.
That's correct, Edla.
So, as ek reg verstaan, dan, if I understand it correctly, you met Miss Smith in 2016 at the funeral service.
That's correct, my lord.
The following incident, big incident, after 2016, was the conversation that you had with her in August of 2023.
That's correct, my lord.
Then the next important highlight is the disappearance of Joshlin on the 19th of February 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
Of which you learned on the next day, the Tuesday, the 20th of February, from your friend who told you about the disappearance of a little girl in Middelbos.
That's correct, my lord.
Then we have the church service on the 3rd of March 2024, which blew you away when you realized this is Kelly's daughter, Joshlin, that's missing.
It's correct, my lord.
And then 3 days later, on the 6th of March, that Wednesday, that's 6 March 2024, that is when you told the Krugers and Mr. Van Fale.
That's correct, my lord.
And then in June month of 2024, that is when you met Joshlin's grandmother, Rita Jon. You told her about the conversation you had with Kelly.
That's correct, my lord.
And then, if I understand you correctly, it's in the same June of 2024 when first it was 2 policewomen and then later 3 policemen that came to see you.
As ek die week verstaan, is dieselfde maand wat weer tot die polisie verhoor soek en dieselfde maand 3 maand polisie verhoor.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you correct on the number of police officials?
3.
The way I had the evidence yesterday, we just need to clarify. Firstly, 2 police officials arrived. They then indicated that 3 others would arrive, but only 2 arrived.
Indeed, my lord, my apologies. Is that correct, Mr. Kutsia?
Omdat de rest is volgens het tegenwoordig was geweest. 2 politiebeambten zijn bezoekers en zo zijn het niet zo komen en 2 per overdag.
That's correct, my lord.
And then your statement, your affidavit that you made to the police, that was only on the 25th of September 2024.
Die verklaring aan de politie was eerder gemaakt in September van het jaar 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you. So now I'm also on the same page. I now also understand. Thank you. Is this...
Het is ook dezelfde vraag.
You want to ask something?
Ek wil net die clarity gee, om my regstelling, my lord, daarvoor vraag ek apology. Die dag wat sy die prem gestoot het,
I just want to rectify. I'm sorry for it, but the day when she was pushing.
is Oktober en September vakansie in 2023.
It is the September, October holidays in the year 2023.
Thank you. Thank you. I even left that one out. Thank you for that correction. Thank you, sir.
I inferred that it was in that school holiday. On the timeline,
Yes.
as a result of the evidence of Natasha Andrews that indicated that Joshlin was with her during the December holidays. So the inference I drew when I listened to the evidence that it was in fact that school holiday.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Now, I want you to just let us just deal with the report that you made, first to the Krugers and then to Mr. Van Sale on the 6th of March 2024.
Kan ons net handel met die slag op die iemand creëers en goed sosiale publisering, maar moet afvieren,
2024.
No, my lord. Die report is op Maart,
6
die
March.
6de Maart, het ek aan hulle dit vertel.
Yes.
Sorry, my lord.
6 March 2024.
Ja, ja.
Yes, it was 2024.
Thank you, my lord. So, where were you supposed to work that morning? Tell us what happened.
Wanneer sou jy daar begin kan ek ook sê wat gebeur?
For where were you supposed to work?
Ja, kan ek ook sê wat gebeur?
Kan u meer duidelikheid gee?
On that Wednesday,
Daai woensdag laas het hier gebeur.
the 6th of March last year,
Selfde maand van hierdie jaar.
where were you supposed to work on that day?
Waar moes jy daai dag gewerk?
Ek werk elke woensdag by meneer Jacquen se buurman langs aan hom.
Every Wednesday at the neighbor of Mr. Jacquen.
So, what happened that day? Tell us in your words.
Maar dat die dag gebeur, kan nie verlof sê in woorde.
Ek het werk toe gegaan en ek het by mevrou Tersia aangegaan.
I was going to work, then I went to Mr. Tersia.
En ek het die verhaal aan hulle vertel.
Then I related this story to them.
Terwyl hulle geluister het, het hulle onmiddellik gesê dat hulle meneer van Fale gaan dit roep.
Once they were listening, they said immediately they're going to call Mr. Fale.
Maar sy antwoord was dat hy alreeds laat was
And then he said he was already late.
en nog besig om te stort.
Was busy taking a shower.
So ek moet gou na hom oorkom
That they must come quickly to him
voordat hy werk toe gaan vertrek.
before he goes to work.
Kom maar aangaan, het jy toe gegaan?
Just a moment, let's get it. The evidence chronologically. Is there a specific reason why Kruger would want to call Mr. van Fale so that you tell the story to him?
As I didn't really, waarom Tersia Kruger voor meneer van Fale moest komen zodat hij die verhaal aan hem ook kan vertellen.
Omdat meneer van Fale 'n regskenner is, my lord.
Because Mr. Fale is a person who knows law.
Do you know what he does for a living? Is he an attorney or an advocate or in the police, or what is the situation? Do you know?
Terwijl ik ken wat hij is wil doen als advocaat, rechts.
Meneer van Fale is 'n staatsaanklaer.
He is a prosecutor, state prosecutor.
Thank you, my lord. So, did you then go to Mr. van Fale's house?
Als ik naar die welkom van Fale,
O ja, definitief.
definitief my lord.
And did you make the report to him?
Het die report aan hem gemaakt.
Ek het dit presies oorgedra aan hom.
I related it exactly to him.
Now, your testimony is he was already late and taking a shower. Was this a long discussion that you had with him?
Je hebt gezegd, als een laat, zou dit zijn met de stoel. Je hebt een ander gesprek gehad.
Nee, dit was 'n haarklop.
It was quick. No, it was quick.
Now, why is it that on this day, the 6th of March, that you told, that you made this report? Why is it that you told Mrs. Kruger?
Kom het die report aan de Kruger van Joshlin Smith gemaakt en kom het doen op dat.
Ek het op die dag, my lord, leiding gesoek om by die regte kanale uit te kom.
I was looking for direction to end up into the right channels.
And why specifically Mrs. Kruger?
Kom dan spesifiek juffrou Kruger.
Sy is 'n onderwyseres wat 'n goeie verstandhouding met mense het, my lord.
She is a teacher who's having a very good understanding of people.
And after you had now made this report, told these people, did you feel better?
Nadat ek die hele report gemaak het, en het gepraat het, ek beter gevoel.
Ek het baie beter gevoel, my lord.
I felt a lot better, my lord.
Do you want to tell us why?
Kan jy vir myself kom?
Dit het my gemoedsrus gegee dat dit by die regte mense sal uitkom om dit te hoor, my lord.
It made me feel relieved that this will be told to the right people.
Thank you, sir. Now, except for these, I want to call it high watermarks incidents that you have told us about,
Behalwe die belangrike punte wat ek vir ons van vertel het,
did you ever see Miss Smith in your normal life in Deersville and in Saldanha? Did you ever encounter her?
het altyd juffrou Smith gesien op die gemoed en die normale lewe in die voorkeur van Saldanha, Deersville.
At what stage do you want to know the witness to relate to? Between 2016 and 2023, between 2023 and October, and then October to February, February to March and beyond. Do you want to break it up, or are you just going to leave it as a general question?
My lord, I was only intending as a general question, a general period, but if I can specify it, from the time that you met her in 2016 at the funeral up until, let's say, March when you made this report. In that time, did you ever encounter her?
But for the instances that you already told us about.
Finally, wat hier ontmoet het, wat het die tijd, wat hier die verhaal opgedaan het nie vir juffrou Smith gesien.
Dis reg, my lord.
And then what would happen in those occasions when you see her?
As ek bijvoorbeeld die keer sien, wat sal gebeur?
Ons het 'n kort gesprek, nie baie lank nie.
We had a short conversation, not too long.
Were any of those instances where you so encountered her, did anything important happen on any of those? Or was it just a general conversation?
Dit was net 'n algemene gesprek, my lord.
Did you know, let me ask you, how did you know that Miss Smith had children so that you could ask her that morning in August 2023, where's your house and where are your children? Where are you going to? Where are you coming from? How did you know that she had children?
Hoe het geweet dat juffrou Smith kinders sou gehad het? Toe die was op Vrydag in Augustus, maar as 'n reis, maar as 'n kinders het nie geweet dat sy kinders gehad het.
Ja, my lord. Op 2016 wat ek vir haar ontmoet het,
In 2016 when I met her,
Het sy alreeds 'n seun by haar gehad?
She already had a son with her.
En die dag wat ek haar geontmoet het, wat sy die prem gestoot het,
And on the day when I met her, she was pushing the spread.
sy het 'n baba in die prem gehad,
She had a baby in the prem.
en Joshlin wat saam met die 2 dogters agter haar gestap het.
And Joshlin and the 2 daughters walking behind her.
Thank you, sir. Do you know...
Ms. Wonderful,
I'm sorry.
let's clarify the timelines. On the morning in August 2023, that's the morning when you were on your way to work and she was on her way to work, where she showed a structure behind a blue structure where she lived. On that morning, now remember that was before the September-October school holidays with the pram incident. That morning you asked her about her children.
Die oggend van Augustus is op wat hier so was sy ook. Dit is die oggend voor die September vakansie.
Now we know that you were aware from 2016 that she had a son with her at the memorial service.
Die klag het gesê dit het seën nagaan die dag van die troostdiens.
That's correct, my lord. I apologize.
It was translated earlier on as a funeral service, but you called it in Afrikaans a troostdiens.
Ek het voor gesê dis grafnis, maar hier noem ons troostdiens.
That's correct, my lord.
And that is why I call it a memorial service. So now you knew about the son, but you told us you asked her about the children, plural, on that morning.
Jy het kennis gedra van die seun, maar een leef in die oggend van die dag oor kinders.
In 2020.
So can you explain that, please?
Kan jy dit verduidelik? Iedereen kennis van die seun, maar Augustus by iemand van kinders. Kan jy dit verduidelik?
In die loop van die tyd, edelagbare,
As time was progressing, my Lord,
terwyl ons die kort gesprekkies gehad het,
whilst we were having these short conversations,
het sy melding gemaak
she made mention
dat sy kinders het.
that she has children.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Do you know Buddha? Accused number 1.
Can be for Buddha Saldanha?
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
Not at all.
Do you know Steveno van Rhyn, accused number 2?
Can be for Stefan van Rhyn, Saldanha?
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
Not at all.
Do you have any reason whatsoever that you would want to get Miss Smith, accused number 3, or any of the accused before court into trouble?
Het enige rede om vir juffrou Smith of enige van die skuldiges het enige rede om vir hulle in moeilikheid te laat beland?
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
Not at all.
And lastly, do you have a cellular phone?
Het is een rede.
Dis reg, my lord.
Do you participate on social media, Facebook, TikTok and those things.
Die deelname aan social media, bijvoorbeeld TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp, alle
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
Thank you, my Lord. That is the evidence of this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Haramsa, any questions?
My lord, I have no questions.
Ms. Mkabai, any questions?
Morning, my lord. Mkabai, I have no questions for the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Steveno.
My lord, before I proceed, may I approach, please?
Certainly. At the same time, we're going to ask that somebody just adjust the height of the microphone for
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Sir, can you recall on how many occasions you would have met accused number 3?
Kan u me nou op hoeveel geleden die besluit ontmoet?
Ons het selde oor die jare ontmoet.
We seldom met over the years.
And you say each time you met, you would have very brief conversations.
Each keer as jy so ontmoet, maar kort gesprekke.
Dis reg, my lord.
Correct, my lord?
Would you say that you know accused number 3 well?
Sal u daarop sê dat die besluit goed ken?
Oor die jare het ons 'n verhouding gebou, my lord.
Over the years, my lord, we created a relationship.
No.
We built a relationship.
Excuse, can you repeat?
Over the years, we built a relationship.
Thank you. And yesterday when you testified, you told us that you first saw accused number 3 in 2016 and thereafter only in August 2023. Am I correct?
Dit was die eerste keer so in die 16 en weer door het hele gesien.
Dit is correct, my lord.
But today you tell us that you did meet in between those two periods or in that period.
So dit sê dit is 'n wonder dat jy mekaar ontmoet.
selde, maar oor 'n lang tydperk.
Seldom, but over a long period.
Where would you meet her?
Waar sou u vir haar ontmoet?
My Lord, ek het daar buite die nedersetting langs die veld by die pad ontmoet.
I saw her at this setting in the road.
Mr. Steveno,
In the road.
do you mean on these other occasions?
That is correct, my Lord.
But for the August.
But for this occasion, for when the days that he mentioned, on occasions that he did not tell us about, my Lord.
Then just make it clear that that's what you mean in the question.
Thank you, my Lord. In the times in between, when you did see accused number 3, where would you meet him?
Gedurende die tyd tussenin, as u besluit om wat u gesien het, waar sou u van gesien het?
Dit is op die straat waar ons verby mekaar loop.
Where we pass each other.
And did you, well, you already told us you don't know accused number 1, is that correct?
Maar u laat ook sê dat ken u besluit om in is wrestle.
Dis reg, my Lord.
Were you aware, you say you knew her quite well, were you aware that she's involved in a relationship with accused number 1?
Was u bewus dat sy dat u besluit was met persoon nommer 1?
Sy het aan my vertel in 23 Augustus dat die kinders in Boeta se sorg is.
She told me in August of 2023 that the kids were in the care of Buddha.
Was that all she said to you?
Was het alle dat sy gesê?
Dis correct, my Lord.
Mr. Steveno, Ms. Smith has raised a hand, but I don't want us to have a back and forth. Does she have a pen and paper with her?
I have the paper with me, Mother.
Can you just supply, somebody just supply with some paper and a pen or a pencil? Ms. Smith, just make notes of the issues you want Mr. Steveno to raise with the witness. And then I will give you an opportunity to have a word with Mr. Steveno on the issues that you want to raise. Otherwise, we're going to have a constant back and forth. Good. I just want to, whilst we have this interruption, I want to clarify something. Now, in 2016, when you met Ms. Smith at the memorial service, and you don't have to give me the address, but in which general area in Saldanha were you living at that time?
Ek was woonagtig in Bellatrix in Hopland, Bellatrix 24.
So we know Hopland is a general area because we heard that on other evidence. So from 2016 you stayed in Hopland all the time?
That's correct, my Lord.
Were you aware in the initial interaction with Ms. Smith in which area she was residing? If you weren't, you can just say so.
Juffrou Smith vir die eerste keer was sy bewus van wat daar as sy agter was.
Ja, my lord.
So then you can tell us.
U kan dat nog sê.
Sy het in Oesterstraat het sy gebly.
Sy was gebly in die Oesterstraat, my lord.
And which area is that? Is Worcester Street?
Wat gebied is die Oesterstraat?
Dit is naby die hoërskool in Deerswil.
Close by the high school in Deerswil.
And on some of the other occasions that you met her, were you aware where she was staying during those periods? Not the August 2023 one. On the other interactions you've had, were you aware where she was staying?
No, my lord.
I've asked you these questions to clarify the aspect that you indicated that you would meet on the street.
Thank you, madam.
And I'm not done. So when you say that you met her on the street, we've become aware during the course of this trial that there are different areas in the Saldanha Bay area, in the bigger Saldanha Bay area, including Opland, Middelpost, Deersville, etc.
Gedurende die verhoor op na verskillende gebiede is in Saldanha, bijvoorbeeld Middelpost, Opland.
Is correct, my lord.
So when you say you met her on the streets, do you recall in which area you would have met her?
As ek sal sê, ek het gewoonweg in die pad gekry, kan u onthou watter gebied u in die pad sal kry?
Ek het daar ontmoet, my lord, by Mubarak,
En Mubarak, my lord, met
waar sy die prem gestoot het.
where she was pushing this prayer.
But I don't want there to be confusion. I'm talking about the period between 2016 and that cold morning of August 2023. We know the pram was in the September-October holidays of 2023. So over that 7-year period between 2016 and 2023 August, you told us you met her on the street seldom, and you just had this general conversations. It was also during that period that you became aware that she had more than one child.
Gedurende die periode van die 7 jaar van 2016 wat die so ontmoet in die pad is, ek moet maar nie of dat sy ander kinders staan.
Is reg, my lord.
And these encounters were on the street when you would bump into her.
En hier ontmoet sy in die pad is van die het gepraat.
Is reg, my lord.
So what I want to know is, where do you know, can you recall where these encounters took place when you would meet on the street? For example, and I'm not saying it was the case here, people would bump into each other at a shopping center. Some people that like to go to malls, they would regularly meet people in the mall or at the hairdresser, etc.
Die opsetting kan even nog wanneer die plaas die veranderde dan nog voorbeeld is die
Of course, looking at your hairstyle and mine, it's unlikely we'll meet people at the hairdresser. Do you understand, Mr. Kutse?
Yes, yes, my lord.
Can you help us?
Ons het nooit by plekke ontmoet, maar ons het altyd op die straat, het ons raak geloop mekaar.
We never met at places, but we will meet each other instantly working.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Steveno. I interrupted you. You may
Thanks, my lord. Would you say you and accused number 3 were friends?
Ons het 'n goeie verstandhouding met mekaar gehad.
We had a good understanding.
Yes. Were you friends or not?
Was in freedom.
Ons het mekaar gekol homies.
We support each other always.
And if I understood you correctly, you would only meet accused number 3 by chance.
Is correct, my lord.
Did you have it, or did you all exchange cell phone numbers?
Hoegenaamd nie, my lord.
My instructions are that my client never met you at a memorial or funeral service in 2016.
The scholars and layers say in wait on the day that was in of
Dit is nie die geval nie.
That is not the position.
My instructions are that she did meet you around the year 2015 or 2016. But that was in a place called Hopeland.
But that was in a place named Hopeland.
Dis nie die waarheid, my lord.
That's not the truth, my lord.
This memorial service, the troostdiens, can you recall exactly where that was in 2016?
Can you know where the troostdiens was?
Die troostdiens was by Vraagomstraat 399 in Deerswil.
The memorial service was at number 399 Vraagomstraat in Deerswil.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Yesterday you told us that you also are into construction. Is that correct?
Dis reg, my lord.
My instructions are that my client met you in either 2015 or 2016, where you both were employed and assisting in building RDP houses.
The instruction was some years later, tussen 2015 en 16, dat hier moet het maar in was over met de opleiding, want hier bij hier was om van deze opleiding.
Dis nie die waarheid, my lord.
Not the truth, my lord.
Were you ever employed or involved in that project?
Was jy betrokke was hier in daai projek?
Ek was nie gehuur of geemploy in die projek nie.
I was never employed or involved in this project.
My instructions are in the time that accused 3 met you, she would only greet, and that would be the end of it.
Dan searches dat is wat hulle so sê, die kenner is so simpel so wat hulle voorsien. So dit groot, dis einde van dit.
Dis nie die waarheid, my Lord.
That's not the truth, my Lord.
She will tell the court that she never had any conversation with you.
Sy sal nog oor dat sy geen stadium met jou gesprek gehad het.
Dis nie die waarheid,
That's
my Lord.
When was the first time, or on what date did you become aware that Joshlin went missing?
Wanneer het jy bewus geraak dat Joshlin vermis was?
Ek het die 20ste Maart, Februarie, verskoon tog die edele, by 'n vriend gehoor dat 'n kind weggeraak het in Middelbos, my Lord.
On the 20th of February, my Lord, I heard from a friend that a child got missed or got lost in Middelbos.
And besides just hearing that it was a child, did you get any other information?
Behalwe dat 'n kind was, hier is ander gekry.
Nie, my Lord.
No.
And when did you discover that that child was Joshlin?
Wanneer het jy bewus geraak dat die kind so Joshlin was?
By die loop van die tyd tot die 3de Maart, wanneer die gemeenskap saal waar ons daar bijeengekom het, het ek besef dat dit die Joshlin is.
As the time was going on, my Lord, and on the 3rd of March, at the church, that's when I became aware that it is this Joshlin.
And you testified yesterday that upon discovering it was Joshlin, you then informed your wife about what you knew.
Het gesê hoe wat die bewustheid van die Joshlin, en dit dan aan die vrou gesê.
Sy het onmiddellik gerespond, my Lord, sy gaan nie deel raak van die saak.
She immediately responded, my Lord, that she will not be part of this case.
Did you inform your wife on the same day that you discovered that it was Joshlin?
En ieder aan die vrou gesê, dieselfde dag toe u was geraak dat het Joshlin was.
Toe sy nie instem om te luister, het ek onmiddellik gestop met my gesprek aan haar.
When I realized that she was not interested, and then I stopped the conversation with her.
What was the purpose of informing your wife about this?
Wat was die rede om die vrou daar te vertel?
Dit was die ontdekking wat ek gemaak het aangaande die getuienis van Augustus 2023.
That was because of the discovery I had about the conversation of August 2023.
What I'm trying to find out from you, sir, what were you hoping to get out of this by informing your wife?
Maar ek wil weet van wat het die gedink so uitgeleid as jy dit aan die vrou aan die oordraag.
Sy is die naaste, sy is my vrou en ons het geen geheime vir mekaar.
She is the closest and she is my wife. We don't have any secrets between us.
And would I be correct if I were to say that it's also because you had some vital information and it was something that needed to be attended to, it concerned you?
Dis reg, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And by telling your wife about it, you were hoping that the two of you could maybe find some way to deal with the situation.
Sy het gerespond deur te sê sy gaan nie deel hê aan hierdie saak nie.
She responded and said, I don't want to deal in this case.
And that's when you then decided to not pursue it any further.
Dis reg, my lord.
And all the concern, the concern that you had and the necessity to say to someone what you heard then fell away.
En die nodigheid dat so iemand anders sou vertel het, veiligheid laat wat gaan.
Dis reg, my lord.
Besides your wife, and obviously on the 6th you told Ms. Kruger, besides your wife, did you mention to anyone else between the 3rd and the 6th, 5th of March?
No, my lord.
Why not?
Want enige inligting of valse gerugte wat versprei word die persoon onmiddellik aangekla of in hegtenis geneem.
Because, my lord, any information or false information a person is spread, a person may be charged with it, criminally charged with it.
Your answer doesn't make sense, sir, because you are relaying, you would have told the police something that came directly from accused number 3, am I right?
Can you repeat the first one?
Your answer does not make sense because you would have told the police something that came directly from accused number 3.
He antwoord maak sin want die kon dit aan die polisie onthou wat direk van bevel nummer 3 afgekom.
Is nie waar, my lord.
That's not correct, my lord.
So there are two components to the statement. First was that the answer makes no sense. I want the witness to respond to that part first.
Kan u eerstens antwoord in die geval waar u sê
That's a statement.
die verklaring is daar wat ek probeer sê dat die betekenis maak nie sin dat dit is daar op die
That's not a truth, my lord.
The second part is that you would have told, if you had told the police, you would have said, but it came directly from accused number 3. So there was no risk in telling the police. That's implied in the question.
But it will be asking the police to say that the net was number 3, as
No, my lord.
Nee, Lombard.
So why didn't you go to the police?
Hoekom was ek nie na die polisie toe?
Ek was by hulle, my lord, en
went to them, my lord.
hulle reaksie was,
Their reaction was,
hulle soek nie geskrifte nie, of getuienis nie,
they don't want written evidence.
maar ek kan direk uitwys
I must be in a position to directly point out
waar die kind is,
where the child is,
sodat hulle haar onmiddellik kan gaan haal, my lord.
so that they can immediately go and fetch it, my lord.
Yes, I'm sure you're going to follow it up.
Thank you, my lord. When exactly did you go to the police?
Wanneer het u eindelijk naar de politie gegaan?
Dit was die woensdag,
It was on Wednesday,
na die verdwijning van Joshlin.
after the Joshlin was lost.
Can I just get clarity? Which Wednesday was that? We know that there was the 21st would have been a Wednesday, the 28th would have been a Wednesday, and we know the 6th of March was a Wednesday. So which Wednesday after the disappearance are you referring to? That you spoke to the police?
Watter woensdag in die woensdag wat nog gewees was nie daar gewees.
Dit is die woensdag nadat ek haar herken het, of die storie gesien het by die gemeenskapsaal, het ek dit onthou, en die volgende woensdag daarop, my lord.
The Wednesday after I organized it in the community hall, and I became aware, the Wednesday after that church.
Now we know that that Wednesday was the 6th of March.
Die woensdag na die kerk, so 6 Maart is.
Dis reg, my lord.
So was it before you told Miss Kruger and Mr. Van Sale, or thereafter?
Was het voordat juffrou Kruger en meneer Van Sale vertel het, of was het daarna?
Dit was daarna, my lord.
After, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Okay, we've established it was afterwards now. But are you certain that you went to the police, or did the police approach you?
As is seker dat u na die polisie toe sou wees na u gekom.
Ek is seker, my lord, ek het na hulle gegaan.
I'm sure that I went to them.
And what happened at the police station? What happened at the police station?
Wat het toen gebeur, wat het plaasgevind in die politiestasie?
Hulle het geen verklaring gevat. Hulle het net gesê, hulle gaan iemand uitstuur om my storie kom aanhoor.
They didn't take a statement. They said they will send someone to come and listen to my story.
Yes, anything else?
Nog iets anders?
Tot vandag toe het niemand opgedaag om my verklaring van die polisie kom neem.
Until today, no one came from the police to come and take the statement.
But we know that the statement was taken from you on the 25th of September 2024. Who took that statement?
In September van die jaar 2024, as a kennis dat die verklaring gegeven was, wie het die verklaring gegeven?
Na die verskyning van 16 September het ek meneer Van Zyl gesê ek is bekommerd dat niemand kom uit om my verslag te kom opneem. Toe hy gesê hy gaan meneer Lombard na my toe stuur wat onmiddellik die 25ste September gekom het en die verslag gekom neem het.
After the appearance 16th, I told Mr. Van Zyl I was worried, was concerned that no one came to me to take a statement. That's when he said to me, he's going to speak to Mr. Lombard. After Mr. Lombard, we spoke to Mr. Lombard on the 25th of September. Someone came to take a statement.
So you spoke to Mr. Van Zyl on more than one occasion.
So he has been Van Zyl gepraat.
Meneer Van Zyl is my werkgewer.
Mr. Van Zyl is my employer.
Okay, let me be more specific. Regarding this incident, you spoke to Mr. Van Zyl about this incident on 2 occasions.
Is reg, my lord.
We know about the 6th of March, and we know about after the 16th, or on or after the 16th of September. But during the period, about 6 months that you were still working, were you working at Mr. Van Zyl's place?
Vanaf die 16e
Is reg, my lord.
And during that period, did you have any discussions with him about this matter?
No, my lord, that's why I'm being worried.
So if I understand you correctly, if you had not made inquiries, the police never would have come and taken a statement from you.
Yes, my lord.
When you eventually had the opportunity of making the statement, did you include this bit of information that you had been to the police and that they had told you they're not willing to make a written statement?
Is reg, my lord.
That's correct.
And did you have an opportunity to look at your statement before you gave evidence either yesterday or today?
For that issue,
Is reg, my lord.
And you still recall what was contained in that statement?
Is reg, my lord.
Was your statement read back to you after it was made and you were satisfied with its contents?
Is reg, my lord.
Would you then agree with me that this about going to the police is nowhere in your statement?
Is reg, my lord.
Did you not think that this was a situation or matter that needed to be attended to urgently.
En enige ding hierdie punt was 'n punt dat ernstig geneem moet word.
Is reg, my lord.
That's correct.
But you still only mentioned it to your wife and decided to just leave it once she told you not to get involved.
Maar eerder dit aan die vrou gesê, die besluit gaan aangesien sy betrokke raak.
Ons stem 100%, ek en my vrou met mekaar, as ons sê nee, dis dit nie, en as 'n ja is, dis 'n ja, my lord.
Me and my wife are still the same song, my lord. If it's a yes, it's a yes. If it's a no, it's a no.
My instructions from my client are that she never asked you to assist her in finding employment.
Das Grund ist, wie viel gevraagd om van de helft om werk te krijgen.
Is nie die waarheid, my lord.
That's not true, my lord.
She will also deny that she ever met you in August 2023.
Ze zal ook verwerpen dat ze van iemand in augustus van het jaar 2023.
Is nie die waarheid, my lord.
That's not true, my lord.
She will also deny that she spoke to you on that day and said what you told us what she said.
Ze zal ook zeggen, ze strijdt, dat ze met jullie daarvan gepraat hebben en gezegd. Wat die vrou gesê het, sy gesê.
Sy het my oortuig deur op haar pinkie en wysvinger te slaan om te sê jy gaan met jou eie oë sien wat Januarie en Februarie volgende jaar gaan gebeur.
She convinced me by hitting on the small finger, the ring finger, saying to me that you will see with your own eyes what will happen in January and February.
I try to visualize what the witness is saying. Maybe you can illustrate what you mean when you say that she was eating on her pinky and ring finger. If you can illustrate it with your hand, and I'll try and describe it for the record.
Je hoeft alleen maar te treden naar binnen of illustreren. Je moet stil zijn hoe je wordt tegen.
Is reg, my lord. Sy het haar linkerhand opgehef en onmiddellik met haar regterhand om my te oortuig die 2 maande Januarie of Februarie.
The witness illustrates by holding up his left hand. At some stage, the thumb and the other 2 fingers are folded in, with the ring finger and the pinky pointed outwards, and then using the right hand and pointing to the one after the other, indicating the 2 months on the left hand. Do you agree that the description for the record is correct, Mr. Steveno?
I do, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
Now, I'll just explain to the witness why I'm doing that, so that he's not concerned about it. Mr. Goodia, when a court record is prepared, there's no visuals. Everything is just typed in words. And that is why I wanted to illustrate so that I can record it for the record. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Steveno.
Accused number 3 will deny that she ever said that.
Is nie waar, my lord.
That's not true, my lord.
She She will also deny that she ever met you when she was in the company of her children and pushing a pram.
Is nie die waarheid, my Lord.
She will deny that she ever met you on a cold morning.
That's not the truth, my Lord.
My instructions are that during the times 22 or 10 to 7, she's usually preparing breakfast or getting the kids ready for school.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
I'm also instructed that it's not possible that you could have met her during the school holidays with her children, or more specifically with Joshlin.
That's not the truth, my Lord.
She will tell this court that every school holiday Joshlin spent with Natasha.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
The court will just bear with me.
Certainly.
Now, my client also denies that she ever showed you where she stays.
It's not the truth, my Lord.
You told us that when you met accused number 3, or when I asked you if you knew about accused number 1, you said accused number 3 told you that that morning she had left the children with Buddha.
That's right, my Lord.
You did not know who Buddha was at that time.
Nog nooit gezien of van gehoor.
So you did not know who she was involved in a relationship with. You did not know where she resided. You did not have any contact details for her, yet you claim to be her friend.
She was his friend, to which he responded, ons het 'n goeie verstandhouding gehad.
Would you want to reply to the objection, Mr.
Thank you, Mala. I am subject to correction, but if I recall correctly, yesterday he did say that he and accused 3 did become friends.
Yes, but you cleared it up this morning.
Yes, my lord. But he said it's not true what I have to him.
No, I will take you back to my notes.
Thank you, my lord.
It was your 12th and 13th question or statement to the witness this morning. You asked him whether he would say they were friends. In other words, whether he would call her his friend. And he said they had a good understanding. He used the Afrikaans term verstandhouding. And he followed it up by saying that they called each other homies. Now, whether a homie is a friend or somebody that hails from the same area, and therefore and the context of your own questions and the answers to that were that they had no numbers, you were correct, they didn't exchange numbers, they wouldn't go on excursions together. I'm reading in, I'm paraphrasing on what he said, because they would only meet each other by chance.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So perhaps you can explain to us, when you told us that you and accused 3 were homies, what did you mean by that?
My lord, ons kom van dieselfde dorp, daarom is ons Namakwalanders.
We come from the same town, that's why we are from Namakwaland. We are Namakwalanders.
Yes. So, what did you mean by you being homies?
Then, and what you can say is homies.
Ons is van dieselfde streek as ons.
So if I understand you correctly, you say that you were homies because you resided in the same area.
No. Because they hail from the same area.
Thank you, madam.
So it's the same region, that's called Namakwaland.
Thank you, madam.
And particularly from the same town, that's called Springbok. That's how I understand it. In certain areas, I think in different areas they would refer to that relationship differently. But the question is whether I can accept and take judicial notice of that homie is a slang word for referring to people coming from the same area. It's known to me. I don't know whether the parties have any input into it. Can I accept and take judicial notice of it? That's what people refer to as homie.
My lord, my personal understanding of the word homie is a friend, or is a good friend of mine. I would call a good friend of mine.
Okay, so there's a difference. Then the witness has now given his understanding of it, and then I'll have to evaluate it on at the end of the day.
Thank you, my lord. So I put it to you that you did not know my client and you never ever spoke to my client. That's why you don't know important details about her life.
No. Let us just get the statement clear. Because Mr. Blow had interpreted it that your client had never met him by using the Afrikaans, "Het daar nooit ontmoet nie." If I understand, there are two portions to the question, so let's break it up. The first part is that I put it to you that you never even spoke to my client. Did I get that right?
Yes, that he never had a conversation.
Never had a conversation with her.
That's not the truth, my lord.
And the second part is, if you had spoken to her or had known anything about her, you would have at least known who she was involved in a relationship with. Or at least knew where she resided.
It's right, my lord.
My instructions from the accused are clear that she's confused or cannot understand why you are saying this about her.
Want sy het my oortuig dat sy die waarheid praat, my lord.
She convinced me, my lord, that she was talking the truth.
The only reason she could think of that you would now implicate her or say these things about her is because as soon as Joshlin went missing, this matter attracted a lot of media attention.
Sy sê die hele wêreld sê dat dit vir praat en vir man van Joshlin Smith is dat toe hierdie voorverlas as 'n baie media betrokke.
It's not the truth, my lord.
Dis nie waar nie.
And because of the attention the matter was getting, you saw this as an opportunity for yourself to get in the limelight.
En aangezien attention so great that you geleden gekregen om dat in te bereiken.
No. The question is that it's put to the witness that you saw this as an opportunity to get into the limelight.
It's not the truth, my lord.
My lord, may I approach the accused?
Certainly you may do.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Steveno.
So my instructions from my client are that at the time you say you saw her pushing the pram,
The instruction van the training clients is he said he had never seen traps.
that cannot be true because at that stage, her youngest child was already 3 years old and she was not making use of the pram anymore.
It's not a truth, my lord.
And lastly, sir, she denied that she ever told you anything regarding her children or that there is going to be something which would look like a movie scene.
It's not a truth, my lord.
That's not true, my lord. It's bad.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Ms. Swanepoel, any re-examination?
No, thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Kutsia. You may be excused. Yes, was your next witness?
As the court pleases, my lord, may I suggest that at this stage we finish the evidence of Ms. Khif.
Yes.
She is here, she is available.
Yes.
I do have the next witnesses also available.
Yeah, but let's, as discussed in chambers this morning,
Thank you, my lord.
let's conclude that with her evidence and then we can go to the next witness.
Thank you, my lord. My colleague will take over.
So I just want to make a note. So this will be the XXD of because of the break between witnesses, I think we need to administer the oath again on Ms. Khif, because there was we interposed another witness.
Please give your full name to the court. Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do, so help me God. I do.
Witness is sworn in.
Thank you. The witness has been sworn in again. Ms. Khif, you may be seated. Could somebody just try and adjust the microphone?
My lord,
Yes,
if
Ms.
I understood correctly, representatives for accused numbers 1 and 2 had no questions. It was only for
That's right.
Mr. Steveno. Correct, my lord. Thank you.
We've already checked with representatives for accused 1 and 2. They had no questions. It was only Mr. Steveno, because those videos actually only refer to your client. Thank you, Mr. Steveno. You're having a busy morning.
Ma'am, you are a big influencer on TikTok, am I right?
He is a big influencer on TikTok.
I wouldn't say an influencer because I don't consider myself an influencer, but I am on TikTok, that's correct.
When did you start making use of the application?
It was in 2022.
Would you say you've posted a lot of videos?
I'm actually not one to post videos. My daughter makes videos. I don't post videos at all.
Just insofar as it's relevant, the court record, the official court record is the English record. So you ask the witness, when did she start with this application, meaning the app? Now, application normally would be translated into Afrikaans as an aansoek. So Mr. Blow translated as an aansoek. But for purposes of the meaning of the word application in this context, it's called a toepassing.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. You would do what one would call lives on TikTok.
That's correct.
Would you make use of any other social media?
Yes, I do.
Which other forms or platforms of media do you use?
Well, WhatsApp, Facebook, and that's about it.
WhatsApp and Facebook, just
Now, we saw a video yesterday where at some stage you were on a live with accused number 3 and Mr. Gaten McKenzie.
Gister op hierdie videoopname het ons gesien dat op live was met McKenzie en Mr. number 3.
That's correct.
Prior to that day, did you have any lives or anything on social media regarding the disappearance of Joshlin?
But voor die dag het enige iets live op enige media opname gehad wat verband met Joshlin?
Well, the purpose of my lives would obviously be to bring awareness of Joshlin's disappearance. So yes, I was live.
De rede van my live was om mense bewus te maak van die verdwijning van Joshlin. It was like
after the call or the live with Mr. McKenzie and accused number 3, did you have any other further lives regarding this matter?
No, I didn't live with Mr. number 3 and McKenzie. As we were talking analyzed, so that I didn't perform.
I was live throughout the process of our searches and things.
Maar ons live gedurende die hele proces.
The first time you spoke to my client was on the 20th of February when she was at the home of Kelly Zegers. Is that correct?
Die eerste keer die Probeer praat sy die 20ste is, weet iets van keer is die eerste adres.
That's correct, yes, the 20th.
That's correct. Dis rest van julle wat die 20ste.
Do you know how it came about that you spoke to her? Who had made the request?
Kan iemand nou dat sy kon dat hele so gepraat of getreed weet
Like I mentioned yesterday, I was contacted by Sinead, who told me about the little girl in a small town that went missing by the name of Joshlin. And that's how I came about knowing about Joshlin and the call.
Now, that very same night when you had a video call with accused number 3.
That's correct, yes.
My instructions are that already by the 20th of February, my client was seen by a doctor and was taking medication. And the day when you called, the 20th of February 2024, she was asleep. Or she had to be woken up to come and speak to you.
I don't know. All I know is that we were on the phone with her, so I couldn't say whether she was sleeping or not.
My instructions are that she was asked to have a bath before she had supper when she was at Kelly's house. So when you phoned, she had already taken a bath.
Sy sê te dat sy was gevra voordat sy ons laat dat sy vat en toe die verskakel het sy daar wat gaan.
Like I said, I can't answer because I wouldn't know what she was doing.
So sy gesê het maar kan jy vir antwoord gee maar ek weet nie wat sy besig was te doen.
And she denies that her hands were dirty as you testified.
Well, if you go to one of the links of the Facebook Lives, there's also footage of her hands being dirty.
As ons bijvoorbeeld de links van de live, Facebook Live, as daar een foto of een video wat bewijst dat aan wel veel was.
What qualifications do you have?
What qualifications?
In terms of?
Any tertiary qualifications?
None at all.
That's not at all.
Now, in the video that you played yesterday, although the audio was created a bit of a challenge, I was able to hear that you had accused number 3 of giving you different versions.
That's correct, yes.
That's correct.
my instructions from her are that from the first conversation she had with you, she always gave you the same version whenever she was asked any questions.
I will refer back to the lives, and each life had a different version.
I'm instructed that the reason why she was upset in that video is because, firstly, she was very concerned about her child. And secondly, she was becoming very frustrated by the police and people asking her the same questions over and over again.
I can understand the frustration, but I can't understand the attitude.
But not, I didn't get the last part.
Attitude.
Oh, attitude.
What about her attitude, no?
It was a very nonchalant, not interested, not concerned attitude.
You also told us yesterday, or let me confirm, when exactly did accused number 3 say that it was her child who had made her famous?
Well, it was 2 occasions that she mentioned she never knew that she'd be famous through Joshlin. Both occasions it was with the Temple Boys when she was with him. The first time it was by Tishana's house. And the second time was the day of the Sunday, the 3rd.
Did you tell the police about that?
I do believe I did.
Did you go through your statement before you testified?
Yes, briefly.
But you went through the entire content of it?
To be honest, no. I couldn't make out really what they wrote, so I just briefed whatever I could get in.
So a lot of what you're telling us now is just from memory from a year ago.
That's correct.
Now, ma'am, in your statement, there's no mention at all about you saying accused number 3's child Joshlin had made her famous.
Yeah, I didn't hear the last part. I'm sorry. In your
her statement, my lord, it is nowhere at all that her child Joshlin had made her famous.
It could be that I didn't mention it. I'm not too sure. Like I said, I'm literally speaking from what I remember. But I'll refer you back to my lives my personal lives where it was said on a live as well.
Let me just put it to you this way. You are not sure. So if I put it to you, it's not there, you cannot dispute that.
But that is definitely what she told me.
Ma'am, I'm putting it to you that it's not.
Just a moment. What was the context of these statements by Miss Smith?
So she was dancing with the Temple Boys, and then she came. It wasn't just me; it was a few other people as well that was there. And she said, "Yo, ik heb nooit geweet my kind gaan. Ek gaat so famous raak deur Joshlin." And then on the separate occasion, she said, "I always wanted to be famous. I just didn't know it was going to be like this."
But on the two occasions you refer to were both occasions where she was in the presence of this musical group called the Temple Boys that I was told yesterday were quite famous.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Steveno.
Thank you, my lord. She will deny that she ever told you to stop searching for Joshlin.
Since I was told that if I did something, that's it.
I have absolutely no reason to say or to lie about that. Like I told her, I will not stop looking for Joshlin.
She will also tell the court it's not correct that she was not involved in the search.
Then I don't know what to say, because at the end of the day, if she was involved in the search, then there would have been no reason for any of the people, the community, to be after her.
Now, did you go onto TikTok after the incident or the conversation with Mr. Mackenzie and accused number 3, where you had given an update on the matter?
I do believe I was, like I said, I was live, so it could be that I went live, but I was live.
Would you agree with me that you did, or there is a video or live where you are and you say that you do not believe that accused number 3 and Butcha are involved, and that the focus should move away from them and that we should look at other people?
At the time I said that, yes, because Kelly was and sometimes you couldn't distinguish what was true or not. So until you got to know her. So yes, I did say so.
So, even after your conversation with her and Mr. Mackenzie, you still believed that there was a chance or possibility that they were not involved?
I was never not sure that there's an involvement of some sort. But we still, at the time, emotions was high and we were just trying to look into all avenues.
My Lord, may I approach them, please?
Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hiraman, any re-examination?
Thank you, my lord. I have no re-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Khif. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lord.
You don't have to wait around. It's unlikely that we will recall you. If that happens, you will be informed. But if you want to sit in court and listen, feel free.
My lord, may I request we take the tea?
Short adjournment now. I know it's only 4 minutes to 11. Rather take it now. And your next witness is here. What
Indeed, my lord.
Is going to testify about?
I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. The next witness will be Mrs. Kruger, that we have heard of, and thereafter Mr. van Sale, that we have heard of.
Let me just hear Mr. Rhyn, whether he has any objections to the evidence being led, as it might be evidence relating to a prior consistent statement that as a general principle would be inadmissible, but for certain exceptions. Do you have any objections to that evidence being led?
No, my lord.
Good. So then we don't have to go into all the technical details of a recent fabrication and all of that, because your instructions are, it's a fabrication, effectively. So it will make the evidence admissible. Good. 11:15. Court will adjourn. We shall resume at 11:15. lead the witness, Ms. Swanepoel?
My apologies.
Are you going to lead the witness?
Yes, I will be leading.
Thank you. You may call the witness.
Thank you, my lord. I call Mrs. Kruger. First name is Tertia. She's witness number 84 on the list of state witnesses.
Yes, thank you.
And the affidavit number is A147.
Thank you. You may swear in the witness.
Please give your full name to the court. Tertia Kruger.
Tertia Kruger.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do. I do. So help me God. So help me God.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. You may have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Yes, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. Vat 'n diep asem. Okay. Mrs. Kruger, I will be posing the questions in English just because the record is English, but the interpreter, Mr. Blau, will interpret in Afrikaans. Please indicate if you do not understand anything.
And just before you start, Ms. Kruger, even though you might understand the question posed, wait before you answer to give Mr. Blau the opportunity to interpret into Afrikaans for the accused, as well as for the public, and then we work the other way around as well. Thank you.
Mrs. Kruger, is it correct, and you don't have to give us your full address, but is it correct that you live in Jacob's Bay? That's correct.
That's correct, Lord.
And is it also correct that you know the previous state witness, Mr. Stephen Kutsia? That's correct.
That's correct, Lord.
Can you please tell us how you know him?
Mag ek praat van Steven?
Ja, u mag praat van Steven.
Steven is al tussen 20 en 25 jaar aan my bekend.
Steven is known to me between 20 and 25 years.
Hy werk by ons as tuinier, as algemene nutsman.
He is working with us as a general gardener.
And algemene nutsman is 'n handyman.
Ja, hy werk ook by baie mense in ons straat en in ons omgewing.
He is working for a lot of people in our streets and in our area.
Steven voel vir my soos 'n kind in my huis.
Steven is like a child in the house.
Hy is altyd welkom en ons ken hom al baie jare.
Always welcome. We know you for a couple of years, a couple of years.
Hy is 'n goeie en 'n betroubare mens.
Good and trustworthy person.
Hy het byvoorbeeld in 2023 na my toe gekom en gesê sy moeder verjaar die einde van die jaar.
When he came to me, he told me that his mother's was amazing.
En hy sal vir my geld bring. Ek moet asseblief vir haar 'n rok koop en skoene koop en 'n koekbak.
He would bring me money where I would buy dress and then make a cake.
En in die begin van verlede jaar 2024 het ons agtergekom Steven se gesondheid lyk nie baie goed nie. En het ek hom na die dokter geneem en hy is gediagnoseer met diabetes 1. Steven is getroud en het 2 seuns. En is woonagtig in Deasville. Is daar nog iets wat ek moet
I think that was a very comprehensive introduction and to the relationship between the two of you. Now, living in Jacobs Bay, you must have known about the disappearance of a little girl, Joshlin, on the 19th of February 2024, and I can see on your body language reaction.
Well, after the time of the Jacobs Bay, it was a very important event was us in our the performance of the
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Just one moment. Ms. Kruger, I can see that you started blushing and you're tearing up. If you need us to take a break, just tell us.
Nou, dis reg, ek kan maar aangaan.
It's fine. See?
Just one moment. Can we maybe adjust the microphone for Ms. Kruger? Mr. Haramse indicated that he can't hear the Afrikaans. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. Mrs. Creer. After you had learned about the disappearance of Joshlin, an incident happened between you and Mr. Goodia. Can you please tell the court about that morning, what happened?
A single incident, so here is
Goodia.
Ek het op 'n Woensdagoggend, dit was vroeg in Maart, ek dink dit was die eerste Woensdag in Maart 2024.
It was early in March, I think, the person says March 2024.
Toe ek vroegoggend op my stoep, dit was net na 7, het ek op die stoep gesit en koffie drink toe Steven deur die tuinhekkie kom.
I was seated on the stoep having coffee when Steven entered through the gate of the garden.
2 dinge was vir my vreemd gewees.
2 things were out of place for me.
Eerstens, dit was 'n Woensdag en hy werk nie Woensdae by ons nie, hy werk op 'n Donderdag by ons.
Firstly, it was Wednesday. He doesn't work with us on Wednesday. He comes to us on Thursdays.
En dit was ook vroeg in die oggend, dit was so 7:15 se kant, as ek nou moet reg dink.
It was also early in the morning. I think it was about 7 in the morning.
Toe Steven nader kom, toe kon ek sien daar is iets verkeerd.
When Steven came closer, I saw that there was something wrong.
Mens kan op Steven se gesig sien as daar iets verkeerd is.
You can see when his face is something amiss.
Ek het hom gevra, Steven, wat is fout? En hy het vir my gesê, daar is iets wat baie gewigtig of swaar wat hy met my moet bespreek.
I want to know Stephen what the problem is. He said there's something very heavy he wants to discuss with me.
Steven noem vir my en my man meneer en juffrou, want ons was onderwysers gewees.
He would call us sir and madam because we were teachers.
En hy sê toe vir my, juffrou, ek wil met juffrou praat oor Joshlin Smith.
He said, I want to speak to you about Joshlin Smith.
Toe hy begin praat, toe sê ek vir hom, Steven, hou dadelik op met praat, ek wil my man gaan roep.
When he started talking, I said, please don't immediately talk. I want to call my husband.
Want ek het vir hom gesê, hierdie is 'n saak wat ek dink nog iemand moet aanhoor.
I told him this is the situation about case that someone else was also here.
Ek het in die huis ingegaan en my man gaan roep en ons drie, dit is nou my man en ek en Steven, het op die stoep gesit en toe het Steven begin praat.
Then I went to my house to call my husband. Then it was a three of us and myself, my husband and Steven sat on the stoep and then we started talking.
Steven het toe aan my genoem dat Joshlin se ma, Kelly, het vir hom gesê, hulle twee het gepraat een dag, dit was in Augustus, dit was die tweede helfte van 2023.
Steven said to me, he and Joshlin's mother, Kelly, spoke. That was the second half of the year 2023.
Augustus, vroeg September in daardie omgewing. Ek kon nie presies onthou wat presies die maand was nie, maar dit was in daardie omgewing.
It was almost early September. I'm not sure so much it was around that time.
Steven kom van Namakwaland af, van Springbok, en hy sê toe vir my, juffrou, ja, Kelly het met my gepraat, en juffrou weet, ons mense daar van Namakwaland omgewing, ons praat maar maklik, ons monde is los.
It's from Springbok in Namakwaland, and then he said to me, we are people who usually speak a lot.
Toe sê Steven vir my dat Kelly aan hom gesê het.
Steven said to me, Kelly said to him.
En hy wys so met sy hand in die rigting van Diasville Middelbos.
Then his head pointed in the area of Diasville Middelbos.
En hy sê vir my, Kelly het vir my gesê, in Februarie volgende jaar, dit is nou Februarie 2024, gaan ons hierdie wêreld nie ken nie. Dit gaan lyk soos 'n movie scene van al die mense en die karre wat hier gaan wees.
He said to me, using his hand, pointing the head to that direction, using a right hand, and he said, in this area, we want to organize this area, there will be a lot of people. It will be like a movie scene.
Herhaal net die laaste stukkie, sorry, just repeat the very last portion of what you said, just for the interpretation's sake thereof.
Hy het met sy hand so gewys en hy het gesê, julle sal hierdie plek, en dit nou gewys in die rigting van Middelbos en Diasville, julle sal hierdie plek volgende jaar Februarie, dit is nou Februarie 2024, sal julle nie ken nie.
This place is pointing in the Middelbos Diasville area. This area won't be known to you.
Want dit sal lyk soos 'n movie scene hier van al die mense en die karre wat hier sal wees.
This will resemble a movie scene because of a lot of people and the vehicles that will be here.
Just one moment. Just for the record, the witness gestures with her outstretched hand and moving it from side to side as indicating a wider area. Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Ek het baie groot geskrik.
I had a big shock.
En ek sê toe vir Steven, Steven, dit is 'n baie ernstige storie hier. Ons kan dit nie net hier los nie.
Then I said to him, this is quite a big story. You cannot just leave it here.
Ek het aan Steven gesê hy moet dit aan Jacques van Sale, die staatsaanklaer, gaan noem.
Then I said to him, go and tell the state prosecutor, Mr. Jacques van Sale.
Jacques van Sale bly net 'n paar huise van ons af. Inteendeel, daar is geen huise tussen ons en Jacques van Sale nie, so ons het 'n baie goeie sig op Jacques se huis.
Jacques doesn't stay far from our house. There are no houses between my house and his house. I have a very good view towards his house.
Ek het vir Steven gesê hy moet dadelik na Jacques toe gaan. Dit was toe seker so 20 voor 8 die oggend al.
And I said to you, to Stephen, go immediately to Jacques. I think you want to get it to 8 in the morning.
Want ek het nog nie gesien dat Jacques hier by ons huis verbyry nie, want as Jacques verbyry dan waai ons gewoonlik vir mekaar as ons mekaar sien.
Because at that stage I haven't seen Jacques passing my house as yet. Because what usually happens when he passes my house, we use our hand and continue each other.
Ek het Steven het gesê dit is reg so en hy het omgedraai en hy het na Jacques se huis toe geloop.
Then Steven said that's fine. Then he went to Jacques' house.
Waar hy toe ek aanvaar vir Jacques die storie vertel het.
And where I accepted that he explained and related the story to Jacques.
Want ek het 'n rukkie later, 'n dag of 2, 3 later vir Jacques gevra of Steven by hom was.
Because later, I think it's a day or two, I inquired from Jacques, was Steven with you at your place?
En het hy vir jou die storie vertel van Joshlin en wat Kelly gesê het?
Did he tell you about the story of Joshlin, what Kelly told him?
En hy het bevestigend geantwoord.
Then he said yes, he confirmed, agreed.
Dit is dan waar dit geëindig. Sorry.
It's where it began.
Dit is vir my baie moeilik.
It's very difficult, my lord.
Want vir die res van my lewe
for the rest of my life
sal ek nooit vir Joshlin Smith kan vergeet nie.
I won't be able to forget Joshlin Smith.
Van haar verdwyning was op een van my kleinkinders se verjaardag, so ek sal dit altyd onthou.
Because the vanishing happened on one of the birthdays of my grandchildren that I won't forget.
Dis al, dankie.
That's all, thank you.
Baie dankie, mevrou. Baie dankie. My lord, this is the evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Harmse. Any questions?
I have no question.
Ms. Mkabai, any questions?
My lord, I have no questions for this.
Thank you. Mr. Steveno, any questions?
My lord, may I approach before it?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Steveno.
Thank you, my lord. Ma'am, you told us that you know Stephen for approximately 20 to 25 years.
Hy het gesê die keer vir Steven vir 'n tydperk tussen 20 en 25 jaar.
20 en 25.
20 en 25.
Dis korrek, ja.
Dis reg so
How long was he employed by you?
Vir hoe lank was hy
Gedurende daardie tyd en nog steeds.
During that time was still and still.
Do you know whether he ever took on any work in the construction field?
Ja, dit is hoe ons vir Steven leer ken het. Hy het ons bure, hy was 'n werker by Klaas Julies, 'n bouer van Hopefield, en hy het vir Klaas gewerk, oompie Klaas.
Yes, my lord, because he worked for our neighbor, a constructor, Klaas Julies.
Klaas het die buurman se huis gebou.
Klaas Julies was building a house to our neighbor.
En Steven en Klaas het ook 'n gedeelte by ons stoep by ons huis aangebou en Steven het gehelp daarmee.
A certain portion of our stoep was also built on by Klaas Julies, and Steven was assisting there.
Do you have any knowledge of him being involved in the building of RDP houses in Hopeland?
Steven of Klaas?
Steven.
Nee, ek is nie bewus van. Ek weet dat hy wel 'n hophuis gekry het en ek weet ook dat hy verbeteringe by sy huis aangebring het.
No, I don't know that he got out of the house and then certain changes were made to his house.
You would only see him once a week when he came to work at your place.
Nee, dit is nie reg nie, want hy werk ook by die bure en by baie ander mense, so hy stap baie by ons huis verby en dan sal ons 'n geselsie aanknoop.
That's not correct, because he also sometimes works with the neighbors and a lot of people there in the street, and when they go to work with these people, they always pass in the house and then we need a conversation.
Did you ask him any questions after he said to you what my client allegedly said?
If on first I don't think he said it, but was also on the and also said it.
Ja, ek het.
Yes, I did.
Please tell us.
Can you have the option?
Dit het oor 'n tydperk plaasgevind wat ons gesels het. Nog voordat ek gedink het dat daar enigstens dat ek geroep sou word om in 'n hof te getuig.
Before I even knew or realized that I may be called to the court to come and testify.
So let me ask you, besides asking questions, did you all discuss this case after that day?
For that day,
ons het soos wat ek met die bure gepraat het, soos wat ek met my man gepraat het, soos wat die almal in die dorp praat oor hierdie dogtertjie se verdwyning.
Yes, I did, as I speak with my neighbors, my husband, everyone speaks about this child must.
And did Stephen ever furnish you with updates regarding this incident after he had reported or gave the information he had?
Nadat hy gesê het dat hy kon kennis dra, het hy verder gegeven.
In inligting sover soos want ek vir hom gesê het, ek kan nie presies onthou van presiese datums nie. Toe het ons gepraat en ek het vir hom gesê ek weet dit was in hy het vroeg Maart na my toe gekom, maar ons het nie gepraat oor die saak nie.
What we spoke about it was like me telling that I remember you came to me early in March, but not about the discussing about the case.
Did he ever tell you he was concerned in that he made a report and that no one ever came or no police official came and obtained any statement from him?
Het hy gesê dat hy geplan aangezien hy die polisie gepraat en maar nou gekom te verklaar om
Nie wat ek kan onthou nie, nee.
Not that I can remember, no.
Besides advising him to speak to Mr. Fale, did you maybe suggest he go to the police?
Behalve dat hy aan hom so gevraag dat hy van Fale vraag en die van spesifiek met die polisie te gaan vraag.
Ek glo nie so nie, want ek het geweet as hy met die staatsaanklaer praat, dan behoort die staatsaanklaer die saak verder te neem.
I don't believe so, because I knew when he spoke to his state prosecutor, the prosecutor was sure that the case would be taken further.
Ma'am, my instructions are that whatever was said to you by Steveno here is not true.
Hulle het wat sal sê, maar ook al wat die gebruik gesê was dat Steveno dat ek die waarheid is.
Ek hoor wat u sê.
Ek hear what you say, ja.
Thank you, madam. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. Anything further?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. You may be excused.
Dankie,
if you want to follow and you want to sit in court, you may. Otherwise, you can go home and maybe follow the delegation.
Ja, baie dankie.
Thank you. Next witness.
Mr. Jacquen, my lord. He is witness number 81 on the list of state witnesses. And I want to apologize beforehand. I see his affidavit says Louis Jacques van Sale, whilst I noted in the list of state witnesses it was the other way around, being Jacques Louis van Sale. I apologize.
It won't be the first witness where some of the names were left out. Yes, you can swear in the witness.
Please give your full names to the court.
Louis Jacques van Sale.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. The witness is sworn in. Mr. Van Sale, you may have a seat.
Thank you, my lord.
You know the drill. I believe you're public prosecutors, so you know the drill about the interpretation, etc. So I'm not going to remind you of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Sale, before we start, I just want to thank you. I believe that you had to attend to court first before you could come here. Thank you. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Officially, you are the control prosecutor at Vredenburg Magistrate's Office. Is that correct?
That's correct, my lord.
And how long have you been a prosecutor?
I've been a prosecutor for approximately 34 years, my lord.
And is it further correct that you...
Just a moment. Because Mr. Van Sale answers in English, I just need that microphone to be adjusted so that it picks up on the record.
As hy reg.
So just to put Mr. Van Sale at ease, if you look at the attendance now, you know why we couldn't sit in your court.
No way. And we are thankful for that.
I hope that the court personnel at Vredenburg still benefited, because I know that when they thought we were going to come there, they would have at least cleaned up the place.
We indebted to the court, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Van Zyl, is it correct that you live in Jacobs Bay?
Indeed.
And my understanding is that the Vredenburg court serves the area, in other words, of jurisdiction, also including Saldanha Bay, Diasville, Middelbos being part of Saldanha Bay. Is that correct?
As the rechter said that Saldanha,
Vredenburg.
Dan was dat die plekken die
Saldanha Bay, Middelbos, Diasville.
That is correct, my lord.
And being the control prosecutor, I accept that you knew about or learnt about the disappearance of Joshlin Smith, which happened on the 19th of February 2024.
As by julle aanklaers van kennis van die verdwijning van Joshlin Smith as verdwijning op die 19e van die tweede maand of 10.
That is correct, my lord.
Dis reg so
And initially, who was the investigating officer in the matter?
As I can recall, it was Sergeant Molstein from the FCS unit in Saldanha, my lord.
As I can recall, it was Sergeant Molstein from the FCS unit.
Right. Now, we have also learned that you know the previous, two before them, or the second, Stephen Coetzee. Thank you, my lord. You know Mr. Stephen Coetzee.
Dit is wat dat Stephen Coetzee ken.
That is correct, my lord.
And as with yourself, where people call you Jacques, it seems, Mr. Coetzee's first name is actually Nico, but people call him Stephen. Yes.
And is it furthermore correct that Mr. Coetzee works for you?
That is correct, my lord.
And how long has he worked for you, approximately?
I would say for more than 20 years, my lord.
Now, the purpose of your evidence is to tell...
Maybe it's just a little bit louder.
My apologies, my lord. The purpose of your evidence is to tell us about an incident that occurred one morning where Mr. Stephen Coetzee made a report to you. I'm asking you to tell us in your own words what happened on that morning.
My lord, approximately 2 to 3 weeks after the disappearance of Joshlin Smith, I was approached by Mr. Kunsia.
Mr. Kunsia het genade.
That was one early morning before I was on my way to work.
Dit was een vroegoggend voordat ek op pad was werk.
And he told me, I'm not sure if he told me that he had information pertaining to the Joshlin Smith matter.
Hy het gesê sekere informasie verband met die Joshlin Smith saak.
My Lord, apologies, I don't recall the exact words that were spoken, but that was the gist of the discussion.
It's a practice here, but I can't even process the word that only matter was one of your ones suspect.
He told me that he knew the mother of Joshlin Smith.
Hy het ook gesê dat die moeder van Joshlin Smith.
He hinted to the fact that they came from the Nakaland, north of Springbok, where they both came from the same area, and he met her here, and that is how he came to know Joshlin Smith, Kelly Smith.
Dit is van Saldanha en Lombard, selfde dorp Springbok, maar hy van dit doen so.
He told me that one morning, or one of the times, because he used to work and he used to pass not far from where she stayed, he passed.
Hy het verder gesê die oggend, maar hy is op weg gestap het nie verder aan waar sy vannacht was.
He met up with her.
Hy het haar ontmoet.
This was during that would have been 2023, towards the latter part of 2023.
Dit was gedurende die jaar 2023, in die later stadium van die jaar 2023.
He had a discussion with her.
Hy het 'n gesprek met haar gehad.
And during this discussion,
gedurende die gesprek,
it came out that something big was going to happen in the beginning of 2024 here in Saldanha.
Dit het gekom dat iets groots sou gebeur aan die begin van die jaar in Saldanha.
He, at that stage, didn't know what was going to happen. But after Joshlin went missing, and he became aware of the fact that it was actually Kelly Smith's daughter that was missing. He recalled the conversation that he had with her the previous year. And that is what he came to tell me. I told him that I would take this to the investigating officer. At that stage, the information that he gave to me was known to me. During my discussions with the investigation officer and various other police officers. It was later the same day that I spoke to Sergeant Milstein.
Can you just pause right there? So he told you about that he was told in the latter part of the previous year of something big that was going to happen in the beginning of 2024.
That's correct, my lord. It was something like, it's going to be like in the movies.
So I just want to clarify the statement that you make that at that stage, the info imparted now by him was known to you because of your discussions with the investigators or whoever you spoke to. Can you maybe just elaborate on that?
Yes, thank you, Lord.
Can I also just request that we slightly adjust the microphone so that Mr. Van Zyle's voice is a little bit louder so that I can hear clearly. Thank you, Mr. Van Zyle.
I was aware of the fact that Joshlin's mother, Kelly Smith, was a person of interest in her disappearance.
Ek was bewus van die feit dat Joshlin Smith, Kelly Smith se naam, 'n persoon van belang sou wees in 'n verdwyning.
And the fact that there was money exchanged for Joshlin.
En daar so geld verpansel was weer was vir Joshlin. Geregeld was vir Joshlin.
What was interesting of Mr. Coetzee's what he told me, my lord, is the time when this information was told to him.
Wat van belang was in as die tyd soos was dit aan hierdie aan gesê was.
It was not just a spur of the moment incident that took place where this thing was planned. It looks like it was planned way in advance.
Dit is iets wat oor nag gebeur het, maar dit volgens geplan was.
And that is why I spoke to the investigating officer at that stage, Sergeant Milstein.
Dit is waarom ek met die ondersoekbeampte daar staan Milstein gevraag.
And told him that it would be important to get a statement from Mr. Coetzee.
Ek het hom gesê dit sal belangrijk wees dat die verklaring sou neem vanaf die Coetzee.
Yes, Ms. Sonapu.
Thank you, my lord. Did you personally have any further involvement in this case? Well, let me ask an open question, leave it there, you can answer.
I was not directly involved in the case, but I had to assist my colleagues with the postponements of this case in the lower court, my lord.
We know that at a certain stage, Captain Lombard from Provincial Office took over the investigation from Sergeant Milstein. That evidence has already been adduced. And that was prior to any court appearances. Did you convey this information that you received from Mr. Coetzee to Captain Lombard or the team, the investigating team?
Indeed, my lord, because at the stage when I spoke to Sergeant Milstein, he hinted to the fact that he was not the investigation officer in this matter anymore. And that there was an investigation team that was going to take over the investigation. I became aware of the fact because Captain Lombard contacted me with regards to possible warrants. So I became aware that he was the new investigating officer in the matter.
Again, it was the person that Captain Lombard so much about
It was the next day or the day thereafter, my lord, when the accused actually appeared in our court for the first time, that I also relayed this information to Captain Lombard.
Can I just get clarity on that? When you're saying it was the day or the day thereafter, meaning after what?
It was the day after I spoke to Mr. Coetzee. It was in that time, I wasn't aware when I spoke to Mr. Coetzee, because if my memory serves me correctly, the first appearance in the district court was the 8th of March, and it was 2 days prior to that I spoke to Mr. Coetzee. That would have been, I think, the 6th of March, yes.
Achtste.
De 8ste maart, die geweest is een dag gegeven nadat ik met de proces op
And you said the day of the conversation that you had with Mr. Coetzee, when was that?
My lord, I think that would have been the 6th of March.
Dat zou de 7e maart was.
If the first court appearance was in fact the 7th and not the 8th, would you agree to that?
I would agree, Worship.
We know from uncontested evidence of Ms. Kruger that it was the first Wednesday of March, and we've worked that out earlier, that would have been the 6th of March, when Mr. Coetzee came there early in the morning, when he spoke to Mr. Van Zyl the first time.
That's correct.
Then it would be the 6th of March, yes, my lord.
Except for informing, and thank you for the role that you played. Thank you for informing Captain Lombard. Except for that, conveying this to Captain Lombard, did you ever have follow-up on this information, either with Mr. Coetzee or with Captain Lombard?
Behalve dat dit nog van Captain Lombard zou sê, in verband met wat sê gesê het, enige opvolg gedoen in verband met wat Steven gesê het.
My lord, not that I can recall. It's only that at the later stage my statement was taken, and I think that was it.
Nie wat ek wil dan doen, maar ek dink met later stage was dat elkaar kan gevat.
You indicated that you were assisting your colleagues with the appearances in the lower court. So was it not done by the local prosecutors?
No, it was done by my colleagues from the NPA, Your Worship. The DPP's office, sorry. I can't point fingers.
Yeah. For those that doesn't know these acronyms, sometimes it can be sensitive as well. Whether it's the National Prosecution Services, the National Prosecuting Authority, the Office of the DPP, and or some other branches, and each one has its own turf.
And we are territorial too, my lord. Thank you, my Lord. That's the evidence of this witness.
Mr. Haramsa.
May please go no questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kabai.
My Lord, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Rhyn.
Thank you, my Lord. So you told us you don't recall exactly what Stephen Kruger said.
The exact wording that transpired during the conversation, yes.
What can you recall that he said?
What I can recall was the fact that he knew Joshlin Smith's mother, Kelly Smith. And how it came about that he knew her.
Yes.
And also, as I indicated, that there was something going to happen. There was, like I said, I don't know the exact what was transpired between us, but the incident that took place in February, where Joshlin Smith, when she disappeared, he said that there was an incident that was going to happen. What she told him, there was an incident that was going to happen in the beginning of the following year, that would have been 2024.
Dit was in verband met sy gesê dat die meneer sekere incidents plaasvind is in Januarie, Februarie van volgende jaar.
After receiving this information from you, did you question him about what he said to you?
Nadat hy dit vir my gesê het, ek vraag gevra wat hy vir my gesê het.
Not that I can recall.
Nie dat ek kan nou nie.
Did he tell you where it was that he met accused number 3 and this was said to him?
Kan jy sê waar hy was toe beskuldig van dit van ons gesê het?
As I can recall, my Lord, it was close to the house. It was not at the house of Kelly Smith, but it was close to the house of Kelly Smith. Or yeah, it was a blue house, I think. I'm not sure.
As I can recall, it was nie by Kelly Smith, it was naby die huis van Kelly Smith, wat genoem blue house.
With this conversation between himself and took place.
And how did he appear to you when he was relaying this information?
There was nothing strange about him. It was a normal conversation that we had.
So by looking at him, he looked normal. You could not tell that something was bothering him.
Not that I can recall at this stage.
The reason why I asked you that, sir, was the previous witness, Tertia Kruger, told us that as soon as she saw Stephen Kruger, she noticed that something was bothering her, there was something wrong.
De reden waarom ik die vraag vorige dat hij heeft van Kruger gezegd, dit is even van de straat. Want ze zien dat dit zo'n klaar.
I think Mrs. Clear knows Mr. Kutsia much better than I do. So if she picked something up, I cannot dispute that. I think definitely, but the conversation between us was a normal conversation.
My Lord, may I approach?
Certainly.
Thank you, my lord. Sir, in your evidence in chief, you made mention of money. Did you get that information from Stephen?
I cannot recall, my lord. But as I testified, I already had information with regards to that when he spoke to me.
Now, sir, my instructions that what Mr. Stephen Kutsia said to you is not true.
Your Worship, sorry, my Lord, I'm just relaying what transpired between myself and Mr. Kutsia. And that is the reason why I also relayed it to the investigation officers subsequently.
And one of the main reasons I say so is because he told you he received this information when he was next to or close to accused number 3's house. But under cross-examination, it came out that he was uncertain as to where she resided.
I'm not so sure, Mr. Steveno Rhyn, that you absolutely correct about that. One must look at the evidence holistically. So he's not sure how close it was. But you will recall in the evidence in chief, he indicated that he encountered her on the street and they were about half a meter apart. She gestured with her left hand in a direction behind a blue house where her house was. You will recall that.
I do recall that.
Now you will recall that at the inspection in loco, whilst we were standing at the rocks, at your request,
yes, sir.
I inquired about which of the structures were there at the time of the incident. Next to where the cars were parked in the open field, there were two structures. The one closer to Smith's abode was not painted. The one closest to the street was blue in color, and it was indicated the blue structure was there before. Now, if one look at the distance, and I don't have the measurement here, because I believe I've been shown from the corner of my left eye, the prosecutors now have the plan. What's far or not is relative.
Thank you, my lord.
Good, thank you.
Lastly, sir, were you alone with Mr. Kutsia when he gave you this information?
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Any re-examination, Ms. Swanepoel?
No, thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Van Zyl. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Are you still busy with postponements at the
Yes.
That's good. This time of the day. Good. Thank you. You may be excused. Yes, Ms. Swanepoel.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, perhaps this is an opportune time to deal with the album that was compiled by LCOC.
Did you share it with your colleagues already?
My lord, I did. We received it officially on Monday. I immediately, as I received it, handed it to them and specifically asked them to please go through it and see whether there's anything that we need to place on record, that we need to address, that we need to amend.
So let me check with him.
Thank you.
Mr. Harmsen, did you have the opportunity to look at the album, and I take it there's a key to the album as well?
Indeed, my lord, there's a key, and I haven't picked up anything that I need to point out that I don't agree with.
Are there?
No.
There's nothing you don't agree with?
No.
Thank you. So you've got no problems with it being
I have no problem with it.
Thank you. Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Indeed, our learned colleague finished us with the...
There we go. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, my lord. Indeed, our learned colleagues have finished us with the portrait. I'm happy with the photos. I'm happy with everything that is
Thank you.
contained.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rhyn.
Thank you, my lord. Unfortunately, my lord, I did not have an opportunity to go through the entire document.
Will you maybe during the lunch adjournment have a look at it?
I will do so, my lord.
And then we can, if you have no objections, then once we resume, you can just tell me, because your colleagues don't have, then we can officially hand it in.
As what is?
My lord, may I just raise one issue, and it was the only issue that we picked up of studying the document. You will recall that when we were at the house of Miss Smith, then we also pointed out the house of Miss Tinsey, who has already testified on the other side of the fence. Yes, just to the right.
Yeah, I'm visualizing where I saw it.
Indeed, my lord. Unfortunately, that specific house is not included in the key or the points or the distance, but that is the only thing.
Is there a photograph of the house?
My lord, I am not the best one to ask when it comes to directions. I have tried to see it.
So all we can do is simple. We know it was pointed out. And it should be on my registrar's notes as well. So you can basically just take a photograph from the vantage point of the house of Miss Smith in that direction, just for the completeness of the record. I'm not sure whether it's absolutely necessary to have the photograph, but as we go along, that can always be done. We can supplement the bundle. So let's hang five with that.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, may I
have you
suggest...
run out of witnesses?
No, I have not. I do have the next witness lined up, my lord, but I know that from the discussions that we had in chambers this morning, certain documents needs to be given to the interpreter. May we take that short adjournment now to just afford him the opportunity to go through that before we resume?
What is the next witness?
Yes. That is correct, my lord. The next witness will be Lombard and testifying in terms of Section 204.
So why don't we, is it necessary I'm thinking now, why don't we do the following? Let me hear from Mr. Harmse, because I'm ready. You will have seen, I didn't know the witness was going to be here, but you would have seen me take the book and put it on my right.
Yes, my lord, I did indicate that, I think, yesterday or the day before in Chambers.
Now, I was told on Monday that we can anticipate, subject to how things are going by, about Thursday. But remember, there was the issue of the statement being Afrikaans, which has now been translated in the interim. Let me hear counsel for the defense, and then we make a call as to how we approach it. Mr. Harmse.
Maybe, my lord, I object to them misleading the defense, and I'm saying that with respect. We have, and I have personally asked him many times, when will the 204, which is a very important witness, come? And initially, at the beginning, or end of last week, initially, maybe early, it's Monday, maybe Thursday, maybe Friday, as early as yesterday. It was my impression after having spoke to them that the 204 will maybe report next week, maybe Monday, they're not sure when. But for me, it's a total surprise that we are getting now the 204 in at this stage.
So
I need to consult with my client.
But can we cross that bridge, your difficulty, differently? If we take the long adjournment now, we take the long adjournment. It's 12:30, we start at 1:30. I suspect we will not even be finished, or if we finish with the evidence in chief, end of the stuff for the day, we start with cross-examination tomorrow. So it'll give you time, you will have heard the evidence, you've been in possession of the statements, you can cross-examine tomorrow. Then there can't be any prejudice because you would have had the statement since early this year.
Yeah, I have the statement.
But if we do it that way, will it assist? In other words, I will not start with the cross-examination today, irrespective of the time that we finish with the evidence in chief. Because we're bringing the lunch break forward, even if we then get to the end of the evidence in chief and it's 2 o'clock, we take the adjournment.
I'm indebted to your lordship for that indulgence. I just want to place on record that it has been known right from the beginning that the defence has been bending backwards to as a result of short.
No, I'll accommodate you, Mr.
And as we have been pushed to accommodate or to deal with witnesses as they come, and when we are told. We do not have the opportunity, I didn't have the opportunity to consult ahead as I should have and would have wanted to.
No, but I'll accommodate you. I'll accommodate you before cross-examination to properly have an opportunity to consult. In other words, I'm telling you now that even if we're not close to 3 o'clock, I will then adjourn earlier so that counsel can consult and we will plan our way forward for tomorrow for cross-examination.
It will be a lengthy consultation.
Yeah, and subject to what counsel tells me in the morning, we might readjust our times. So if we go that route, then the state might want to have other stopgaps available for tomorrow during the day, but let's see how it goes. So I'm going to hear your colleagues, and then if we take the long adjournment at past, I saw earlier when I looked, it's now 26 minutes past. It means the food for the accused will arrive within that period, and we can start at 1:30, an hour break, and we can plan around that. Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you, my Lord. We are being ambushed by the state, and this is becoming a precedent. When Sergeant Milestone was called to testify, we didn't have his statement. We were only finished with his statement while he was giving evidence in chief. Yesterday, state wanted to call Mr. Morris, am I wrong? Colonel Morris. We didn't have chance to peruse or have access to the discover. We have to discover first. After discovery, we have to consult with our clients. In this environment, our consultation with our clients is being compromised. We have to use our lunch time to consult with our clients. It's not supposed to work like that. We have to consult properly with our clients. That we don't get in this setup. The court has been asking the state in chambers since last week, when are you calling 204? The answer was one every day. I'll be calling 204 or on Friday. I'm not sure, but I'm sure about Monday. Even this morning, the court asked the state, when are you calling 204? It was the same answer. Why are they hiding everything in that chest? Why they put everything in that chest? What is it that they're hiding? 204 is where our defense lies, is where our case lies. I asked them this morning. They've translated the confession of Steveno and the confession of Jacquen Apollis. I'm grateful for that. But I asked them, please translate for me the confession of 204. I have to compare what 204 said in her confession and into her affidavit in 204. After comparing them, I have to consult with my client. Consultation with our clients, it is very compromised. It's piecemeal. I object to 204 leading evidence this afternoon, Your Worship.
Thank you. Mr. Steveno.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, I will also have to take instructions as the witness for the state intends calling did not form part of the list that we were going to order of the witnesses that they intended calling this week. So I will also need to
What do you mean? Who did not form part of the list?
My Lord, it was
which list?
That whichever witnesses the state intended calling for the week, at the beginning of every week will be provided with the list.
So you say the witness was not on that list for this week?
That is why I would need some time to
we had a discussion in chambers, was it Monday morning? Was it Monday morning when the issue was raised about Ms. Lombard's statement being in Afrikaans?
I believe so, my Lord.
I recall that it was indicated that there was a potential by the end of this week, closer to the end of this week.
Yes, my Lord, I do recall something like that.
Now, yes, thank you. Anything else?
No, none, my Lord.
Any response, Ms. Swanepoel, so that I can make a call?
Thank you, my Lord. If you will allow me, please.
Just tell me, when was the indictment served on the accused?
Sure.
for this, the substantial facts, the summary of both? Do you know?
My Lord, it comprised of the indictment as well as the summary of substantive facts that was served on them in the last appearance in the district court when the matter was transferred to the High Court for first appearance. It was served on the accused.
When was it given to the defense counsel now?
My Lord, as far as I have it, the indictment and the summary of substantial facts was served on them when they got the instructions, in other words, before the first appearance in High Court. I believe that it was a short date before the first appearance because we still in chambers with Judge Sali. I conceded that they had just received the instructions in that week or 2 weeks prior to that. But my Lord, with all due respect, I was asked to provide them with lists of the witnesses that will testify. We have done that. We complied with that. We have run through those witnesses. The only exception, and that is the exception, is Colonel Morris about the social video evidence. We thought it would be more sensible, whilst we were now dealing with the crux of the matter, to at this stage let him stand over and deal with the 204. It was not a surprise. On Monday morning, when we were in chambers, when you asked me when the 204 will come, I indicated that it would be Thursday or Friday. I wanted to do this evidence first and then that evidence will be led. My Lord, at the same day, and I have to state this, on the very same occasion, Ms. Mkabai asked for a translated version of the Section 204 affidavit. That very same evening, my colleague and I sat and translated it, typed it, I emailed it the very same night to all three counsel.
No, it was confirmed in the discussions that we've had in the week that it was provided to the defense.
My Lord, then when it was given, I sent it the Monday evening. On the Tuesday, then Ms. Mkabai then indicated that she wants other documents translated, which we immediately.
How long will the evidence in chief of Ms. Lombard take?
My Lord, it is very difficult to estimate. I suspect
it's
close to a day, more than.
It might not even finish today.
Yes.
Good. All right. Now, I'm going to make the following ruling. I'm going to allow the evidence to be led this afternoon, the evidence in chief, for the following reasons. When the matter came to me the first time, that was in January of this year, when the file came to me. It was known from last year already that I was going to attend to the trial. The matter appeared before my colleague, and the matter was postponed to the 28th of February for a final pre-trial or case management meeting in the High Court in Cape Town. Counsel had to report to my colleague by the 18th as to any outstanding issues. By then, I had taken charge of the case management in the matter. I met with counsel before the appearance on the 21st. As there were certain issues that were raised that could have impacted on the start of the trial on the 3rd of March. I intervened, and we brought the appearance forward to the 21st. I then made special arrangements in order to facilitate consultation at the High Court in Cape Town. The statement of the 204 witness was in possession of the defense for a lengthy period. And I will accept that after the evidence in chief is laid, there might be a need for further consultation prior to cross-examination. I'm not comfortable with it. I've expressed my views earlier on other witnesses, what I believe should happen before the trial day in a matter. But when the indictment was served in the High Court, it's accompanied by a document in terms of Section 144, subsection 3 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It's commonly known as a summary of substantial facts. In that summary, the allegations are clearly made that the particular witness we are referring to, Lorena Lombard, is a Section 204 witness. So it was known to the defense a while back already that this witness will be a 204 witness. The state must decide when they call the witness. Counsel were alerted earlier in the week. It might happen before the end of this week. And yes, the state was at firm. I'm now being told by the prosecutors effectively that we've run out of witnesses that were planned because of the problem we had with Captain Morris yesterday. It just means, irrespective of my order, the state must plan better. You now know that we go through far more witnesses than you anticipate, so have everybody available so that we can run. I can't see any prejudice at this stage in the fairness of the trial by allowing the state to lead the evidence in chief this afternoon. I will try and manage the situation to ensure that whatever decision we make on the further conduct with this witness, that it does not impact on the fairness of the accused trial before me. And for that reason, and the reasons placed on record now, we're going to take the long adjournment till 22:02, in other words 13 hours 40, which is an hour from now, which is an earlier lunch break, and then resume. We will not proceed with any cross-examination this afternoon. Normally, with a Section 204 witness, there's a preamble that sets out the warning given to the witness already when the statement is taken. I'm requesting the state to provide Mr. Blau with that document so that he can look at the technical terms over the lunch break. As I'm obliged to explain certain things to the witness and to caution the witness in respect of certain issues, the court will adjourn.
All right.
had a discussion with counsel in chambers. We have a plan. It seems as if the evidence of this witness will take a while. We're going to sit for an hour still this afternoon because we've brought the lunchtime forward. Then we will see how it goes tomorrow. Our planning is for tomorrow that we will start at 9. We will sit through to 1 o'clock, whereafter counsel will have another opportunity to consult, and if we're ready to start with the cross-examination, that will be from Monday morning. As from Monday, we will also have 2 interpreters available to facilitate the process. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. You may call the witness.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, I then call Lorena Lombard. Her name was not disclosed on the list of state witnesses.
It's commonly known that she was going to be a witness and a Section 204 witness.
Indeed, my Lord. My Lord, the 204 affidavit from which we will be leading her testimony
The witness may first have a seat.
Is filed as per A152.
The witness may have a seat. The state, when I saw counsel for state and defense in chambers, raised with me the possibility of protecting the identity of the witness. I expressed the following view: that I'm aware that the witness was a co-accused at some stage in the lower court, and that her identity is known. I was informed that the witness is in witness protection, and that was the concern. However, because the witness's identity is known, I have not made an order to hide the identity of the witness. I had an arrangement with the media this morning, but I'm not going to allow you to come up and down. Now, whatever pictures you want to take will have to be from a distance or after court proceedings or before court proceedings. You may swear in the witness, please.
Please give your full names to the court.
Lorena Lombard.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do. So help me God.
Sweer u die getuienis wat u gaan aflees sal die waarheid wees, net die waarheid is alles die waarheid. Sê so help me God.
Ja, my God, net die waarheid.
Witness is sworn in, my lord.
Thank you. The witness may be seated first. So, yes, Ms. Swanepoel, you may now address me on the issues.
Thank you, my Lord.
Of Section 203 and 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act.
Thank you, my Lord, indeed. My Lord, this witness was in fact a co-accused at a stage. The state withdrew the charges against her. My Lord, she did indicate that she was willing to give her full cooperation, and in that respect, a proper Section 204 statement was obtained from her. That was done whilst she was legally represented by Mr. Evan van Tonder, an advocate that was appointed specifically for that purpose. The appointment was done by Legal Aid South Africa, but throughout the process of the interview and obtaining the 204, as it's called, 204 statement from her, she was indeed legally represented by Mr. van Tonder. My Lord, in fact, the document obtained from her entailed that her rights were properly explained, as well as the contents of Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act. That forms part of the document itself, which was filed in the police docket and disclosed. My Lord, from her evidence it will also become clear that there was also a prior document obtained from her, which is a so-called confession. The evidence will also be adduced with regards to that confession, that will also be adduced into evidence. Bekentenis. My Lord, before we consulted with the witness, we again explained the proceedings, explained the contents of Section 203 and 204 to the witness so that she understands. My Lord, also what could be the consequences if anything went wrong or happened in the process and the court made an adverse finding against her.
But alles openbaar is, of kan besluit in haar neem.
My Lord, it was also properly explained that it is only in the discretion of the court to grant indemnity or not, and that would only be done at the end of this matter.
Die Hofsaal sal besluit van enige vrywaring. Dit sal geskied op die einde van die saak.
My Lord, this explanation is specifically for the counts such as contained in the indictment. I mean specifically count 1, trafficking of persons, the alternatives, all 3 of them, the involvement in the trafficking of persons, and count 2, kidnapping. And it is only to those counts that it is in relation to that the state would, at the end of the day, request indemnity for this witness.
In die klagte by die hofsaal staat sal aanlei waar ons sal vra vrywaring van beskuldigde aan aanklagtes van die getuies. Die klagte sal die mense aanwees en die 3 alternatiewe aanklagte van betrokkenen by mense en die tweede was die mense en die aanklagte sal hof besluit.
My Lord, in just one last aspect, when we consulted with the witness, I mean, before we even dealt with the merits, it was again explained that she would also be entitled to have legal representation if she so wishes, even here in court to testify. That was explained to her properly, and she indicated that she does not wish to have a legal representative representing her here when she testifies. I now request the court to please explain once again the provisions of Section 204 and the appropriate other sections that go with Section 204 so that the witness indeed understands before the evidence.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. Ms. Lombard, did you hear the submissions made by Ms. Swanepoel, who is the lead prosecutor?
Yes, my lord.
Did you understand what she said?
Yes, my lord.
Do you confirm the correctness?
Correct. Yes, my lord.
So I'm going to explain certain things to you. Seems to me you also understand the English.
Yes, my lord.
I'm going to take a long route in the explanation. I want you to listen very carefully.
That's correct, my lord.
Particularly when I get to the consequences of this process.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, firstly, no witness in any criminal proceedings, except where it's provided for in the Criminal Procedure Act or other laws, can be compelled to answer any question if the answer will expose that person to a criminal charge. In other words, nobody is obliged to answer any question in a criminal proceedings where you would incriminate yourself.
Geen persoon is word gedwongen om vrae te antwoord wat homself as 'n persoon kan incrimineer in kriminele vervolging.
That's correct, my lord.
This protection is granted in the Criminal Procedure Act itself,
Hierdie beskerming is in die strafproseswet self,
read with Section 35 of the Constitution.
gelees in die artikel 35 van ons grondwet.
That's correct, my lord.
It's an important protection
It's 'n belangrike beskerming
as part of a person's right to a fair trial.
Dis 'n deel van 'n persoon se reg tot
That's recht, my lord.
And therefore, when persons enter into this type of situation,
as 'n persoon in hierdie situasie beland,
it must be read with your right to legal representation.
dit moet gelees word met die reg tot probeer rechtsverdediging.
Do you understand it so far?
Verstaan jy verdediging?
Yes, my lord.
Verstaan jy bepaalde?
Now the Act further makes provision in Section 204 thereof
Die wet maak verder voorsiening in artikel 4
that whenever the prosecutor, as Ms. Swanepoel did earlier,
as staatsanklaer bijvoorbeeld die persoon voor gemaakt het,
Yes, my lord.
in criminal proceedings, inform the court
een criminele sake en hof inlig
That's correct, my lord.
that any person like yourself
dat enige persoon soos bijvoorbeeld u
called as a witness on behalf of the prosecution will be required by the prosecution to answer questions that may incriminate the witness. With regard to specific offences, and I'll take you there later. The court, if I'm satisfied that such a witness is a competent witness, for the prosecution, I'm obliged to inform the witness of certain things. Firstly, that you will be obliged to give evidence at the proceedings in question, like in this case.
That's correct, my lord.
So, on what I was told and you confirmed, I'm satisfied that you're a competent witness to be called by the state. Secondly, that questions may be put to you which may incriminate you in regard to the offences that I will return. However, when questions are put to you, whether it's by the prosecutor or the defense on behalf of the accused or by the court, notwithstanding that the answer may incriminate you with regard to the offences that I will get back to, or any other offence which would be a competent verdict upon a charge related to those offences, that if you answer frankly and honestly to all questions put to you, you shall be discharged from prosecution with regard to the offences specified, for the competent verdicts that I referred you to. Do you understand it, sir?
Yeah, my lord.
Now, once I have given you this warning, you shall give evidence and answer any question put to you by any of the parties, as I've indicated earlier on, notwithstanding the fact that the answers might incriminate you. At the end of the day, if in my opinion, the opinion of the court, that you have answered all those questions honestly and frankly,
dat u hierdie vrae eerlik en openhartig geantwoord het,
That's correct, my lord.
you will be entitled to a discharge or indemnity.
dan sal u dan vrywaring kry in verband met die klagte.
That's correct, my lord.
In the event that you are not discharged
As dit nou kom dat u hier is
from any prosecution in respect of those offences,
in verband met vervolging, verband met die aanklagte,
any evidence that you have given here where you have incriminated yourself
enige teken wat u so opgehef of geplaas het dat u self incrimineer,
will however be inadmissible should you be charged.
dit sal nie of aanvaar word as u crimineel aangekla word.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Yeah, my lord.
The exception to that indemnity
Die verskil in die vrywaring
and the admissibility of the evidence
en die aanvaarbaarheid van die getuienis
is where you are charged for perjury in relation to the evidence that you are giving here.
dan kan u ingekla word vir meedeling en die klagte wat hier aangekla is.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
That's correct, my lord.
The assessment by the court whether you have satisfied the requirements are made at the end of the proceedings.
As bijvoorbeeld, as wat ook al extra sal wees of sal besluit of dit kan gebruik word aan die bene van saak.
Now there's normally an expectation
Iets word nooit verwag
by a witness who testifies under these circumstances
deur 'n getuie onder die omstandighede
to be discharged,
om te vrywaring te geniet.
and it's in the light of that I'm explaining to you when and where I will make the assessment.
Dit is waarom ek vir u vertel het wanneer en hoe en wanneer sal ek nie besluit.
Because the court does not evaluate the evidence piecemeal,
Te of die evaluering getuienis aan opsigte plekke,
but rather holistically at the end of the case.
alle getuienis op die einde van die saak.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
That's correct, my lord.
Understand my lord.
And are you ready with your evidence before I caution you of the charges?
As u gereed met die getuienis wat ek vir u moet waarsku.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, the charges that I have been asked to alert you to, upon which you may be granted a discharge from prosecution, or otherwise put in indemnity from prosecution, are the following.
Die klagte teen u wat moet dit na in van die saak van u vrywaring gee as die volgende.
It has a main count under count 1 and it has alternatives.
'n Hoofklagte aan klagte 1 en 3 alternatiewe klagte onder klagte 1.
And these are contraventions of section 4.1, 10.1a, 10.1b, and 10.1c of the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act 7 of 2013. The indictment also makes provision for all the amendments,
En die akte maak ook die volgende in verband met verbeterings.
but the offences are defined in those
Maar die klagte,
sections that I have given to you.
as dit een achterwissel van wat ek aan u ook niet gelees het.
Do you understand it so far?
Verstaan jy soveel?
That's correct, my Lord.
Now, these offences,
Hierdie klagtes,
if convicted,
as dit so skuldig bevind word,
also attracts a minimum prescribed sentence
dit sal ook veroorsaak dat ek of 'n minimum
of life imprisonment.
van lewenslang opgeleg kan word.
Now, insofar as it relates to those offences that I've told you of,
In verband met hierdie klagte wat ek vir u van gesê het,
the charge and the alternates thereto
die klagte en die alternatiewe daarteen,
deals with firstly a positive act.
positiewe houding.
The first alternative deals with an attempt,
Die tweede alternatief is 'n poging.
and the second alternative is to incite, to instigate, to command or direct, to aid or to promise, advise, recruit, encourage or procure a person to commit the offences in the main count.
Tweede alternatief sal wees aanhangsel, aanstiging of opdrag gee om deel te neem in die
And the third alternative is when you conspire with other persons to commit those offences.
Die derde alternatief sal waar u saamgesweer met ander persone om hierdie misdaad te pleeg.
So as you can see, it's throwing the net quite wide.
Dit maak dit 'n bietjie breër in verband met die klagte.
And the charges itself,
En hierdie klagte self,
the elements thereof is,
die elemente
or
daarvan
are, when a person sells,
wanneer 'n persoon verkoop
delivers,
of oorhandig
or exchange another person,
of 'n persoon kry vir 'n
and
ander persoon.
in this case, it's Joshlin Smith,
En hierdie saak is dat Joshlin Smith,
who was a six-year-old female child at the time,
meisie was,
within or across the borders of the Republic,
onverbeter de grenzen van de Republiek,
by means of a various of acts that's alleged, which I will take you to in a moment.
van verschillende klachten wat moet dat deels daarvan kan worden.
Firstly,
Eerstens,
a threat of harm.
of de nadering, dreigement,
Further, a threat or use of force or other forms of coercion,
gebruik van dreigementen of kracht van andere personen,
the abuse of the vulnerability of the victim,
die misbruik van kwetsbaarheid van die slachtoffer,
through fraud,
bedrog,
deception,
bedrieg,
abduction,
abductie,
kidnapping,
mensenhoofd,
the abuse of power,
die misbruik van kracht,
and or the direct or indirect giving or receiving of payments or benefits to obtain the consent of a person having control or authority over another person. In the case of a child, it might be the parent.
of direct of indirect waar 'n persoon sou gee of ontvang in verband deur enige voordeel
the next element also relates to the giving of receiving of what I've just mentioned.
Kry of ontvangs wat ek net wat ek voorgelees het.
Aimed at the person or their immediate family or a member of the family or somebody that's in a close relationship to the person. Do you understand it so far?
That's correct, my Lord.
And the purpose of all these actions, of any form or manner of the exploitation, in this case of Joshlin Smith, and that would include all forms of slavery or practices similar to slavery. These offenses, that's the main count that I've explained to you, and the alternates that we started off with, are alleged to have taken place on or about the 19th of February 2024. At or near Tsitsi in Middelbos here in Saldanha. And for purposes of these offences, the actions must be performed by the accused or the co-perpetrators unlawfully and intentionally. In other words, on purpose. So that covers count 1 and the alternates there too. Did you understand that?
That's correct, my Lord.
I understand that, my Lord.
The further charge that I should consider indemnity for, that the answers to the questions might relate, will be the common law offense of kidnapping. The dates and the times and the place of where the offense would have been committed is the same. The content of the charge is the deprivation of Joshlin's freedom of movement and liberty to the extent that the whereabouts is still unknown. Do you understand that?
That's correct, my Lord.
I understand, my Lord.
Ms. Swanepoel, are those the charges referred to in the request?
They are, my Lord, I confirm.
That concludes my explanation to the witness of the particular legal issues. I'm satisfied that the witness understands the contents thereof as expressed by herself. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel. You may proceed.
Thank you, my Lord. Ms. Lombard, I'm going to pose the questions in English. But before you answer, even if you understand, you're going to wait so that Mr. Blau interprets the question into Afrikaans. Then you're going to answer it in Afrikaans, in your mother language. it will then again be interpreted into English. So it's going to take some time. So relax, take a deep breath.
Dan gaan vir u vra in Engels vra. Alhoewel u gaan verstaan, u vraag gaan verstaan, u moet dit met 'n bloe gemeenskap oortolk en u kan antwoord aan uw moedertaal. U moet maar net ontspan, asemhaal.
And if there's anything, any question, anything that you don't understand, you just indicate.
As daar enige vraag of enige iets wat onduidelijk is, dan u verstaan en u dit net met aandacht.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Thank you. Miss Lombard, tell us about Lorena Lombard. Who is she? Where does she come from? Does she have children? Tell us about yourself.
Kan u verlof sê wie Lorena Lombard is? Kan u verlof sê wie u is? Van u self, kinders en waar kom?
My lord, ek is Lorena Lombard. Ek kom van Woesley. Ek kom van Woesley, Woesterse kant af. Ek het 4 kinders. 2 kinders. Wacht. Sorry, my lord.
It's okay. I think
I am Lorena Lombard. I'm coming from Woesley, in the Worcester area.
I know you want to tell us a story. Unfortunately, it's going to go a bit slower. Let's do the following. You can break it up into short sentences. For example, you can say, I'm from Woolsley, and then you can say where it is, close to Worcester, etc. I have 4 children. These are their ages. You don't necessarily have to give their names. And give Mr. Blow the opportunity to proceed. I don't. You see, I'm making the same mistake as as you, and which I'm cautioning about because I'm talking over the interpreter.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay, so let's all learn lessons and let's try and do better.
Ek is Lorena Lombard.
I'm Lorena Lombard, my lord.
Ik kom van Woesley, Worcesterse kant, area.
I'm coming from Woesley, in the Worcester area.
Ik heb 4 kinders.
With 4 kids.
Maar nou die ongeluk is 2 in Woesley.
And this is stage 2 are in Worcester.
And the other 2 is in Eastern Cape, Pelapa.
The other 2 are in Eastern Cape and their father.
Maar die omstandigheden.
But the situation, my lord.
En ik Saldanha bij getrek.
I came to Saldanha Bay.
En verder aan het ik in Saldanha Bay gebleven.
Further on, I stayed in Saldanha Bay.
Bij mijn broer's plek.
At my brother's house.
Verder aan het ik een boyfriend ontmoet.
As we carried on, I met a boyfriend.
Verder aan het ik bij hem gebleven.
Further on, I stayed with him.
En toen ons 2 kinderen samen gehad.
Then we had 2 kids together.
En verder aan het ik in die drugs ingegaan.
Okay. Stop so bietjie. Stop so.
I became involved in drugs.
Remember, I'm going to sometimes stop you so you can just also have a look at me. I'm going to stop you sometimes just to clear up something. Eh?
Yes.
So no one can clear stop, but in one so no one
That's correct.
So, just give us an idea. When is it that you came to Saldanha Bay from Wolseley?
Kan u net vir die offering gee, wanneer sou u van kom na Saldanha Bay toe kom?
Ik heb af en toe in Saldanha Bay teruggekomen, maar zoals ik mooi kan onthouden, dat was de laatste, was het 2017, wat ik Saldanha Bay getrekt heb.
I used to visit Saldanha by now and then, but I think in 2017 that's when I moved to Saldanha Bay.
Okay. And you say that you then met. Well, at first you stayed at your brother's place.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
In which area is that?
En watter gebied of area is dat?
Dat is in Marikana.
In Marikana, my lord.
And then you say you met a boyfriend and you moved in with him.
He said he would get on with
Who is this boyfriend?
He is Miguel.
Sy naam is Ayanda Litoni.
His name is Ayanda
Litoni.
And in which area? Oh, well, we actually know. You don't know it, but we've actually been to this house. It's in Tsitsiratsitsi, correct?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
And you say that you then had 2 children that you and Ayanda are the parents of.
That's correct.
That's right.
Those 2 children, what are their ages?
Die twee kinders se ouderdom is 2 jaar oud en die ander een is nou 3 jaar oud.
These 2 kids are 2 years of age and the other one now is 3 years.
That's correct, my lord.
And if I'm correct, the one is a boy and the one is a girl.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. So we now know that all 3 the accused before court also lived in Saldanha. So let's see, when did you meet? Start with the first one. Let's start with Buddha, Jacquen Apollis. When did you meet him?
Buddha ken ek as 'n jaar.
I know Buddha for a year.
In the other one, Steveno, Kiali, ken ek as meer as 'n jaar. In
I know him more than a year.
In vir Steveno ken ek nie regtig, maar ek ken vir hom die as 6, 7 maande, 8 maande ken ek vir Steveno.
I don't really know Steveno. I know him now for a period of between 6, 7, 8 months.
Want ek leer ken vir hom, want hy by Kawas Vyanda gehelp, by Kawas, dis rede hoe ek vir hom ken.
I came to know him because he was assisting Ayanda at the Kawash. That's how I learned to know him.
If you say he was assisting Ayanda, did he then continue to work there for Ayanda at his car wash?
As dit ons so steeds gehelp, het hy aangehoor om te werk by die Kawash?
Nee, hy het net 'n dag of 2 of as hy miskien gejaag nodig het of hy sien Ayanda uit miskien by die werk, dan sal hy miskien Ayanda help by die werk.
No, my lord, my maid sometimes go a day or 2, or maybe when he needs money, or if Ayanda is bored, then we can ask him to help.
And how did you get to know Buddha?
Vir Vir Boeta leer ken ek as Ayanda ook also drugs verkoop en hy was 'n drug dealer en Boeta het gekom en daar kom koop daar by ons en ek was die enige geweest wat vir Ayanda gehelp het drugs verkoop.
My Lord, at the stage Ayanda was a drug dealer. So Boeta would be a person that now and then come and buy from Ayanda as a drug dealer.
Dat is hoe ek vir Boeta leer ken het.
And we would be assisting Ayanda to sell the drugs. That's how I came to know Boeta.
En ons het daar by kamers ook saam gaan koop en saam gerook.
And even we would go together to camps and buy together and smoke together.
Dat is correct, my Lord. Dat is hoe ek vir Boeta leer ken het.
That's how I went to know Boeta.
And Kelly, how did you get to know her?
When Kelly again,
Vir Kelly leer ken ek dieselfde soos ons het drugs verkoop, ons het saam gegaan by kamps, ons het vir ons drugs by kamps en Ayanda het self drugs verkoop, dat is hoe ek vir hulle ken.
it's the same that Ayanda was selling drugs and me and Kelly go together to camps and go buy drugs. That's how I came to learn to know Kelly.
Did you become friends with any of them?
Dat is correct, my Lord.
With whom?
Met Boeta en met Kelly, ek sien Rhyn met Steveno in 'n company gesit.
With Boeta and Kelly, my Lord, I didn't really sit in the company with Stefano.
If you say that you became friends with Boeta and Kelly, just explain that. What do you mean? Would you visit one another? How did you interact with them?
As ik zei in de graag met Boeta en Kelly, kan ik me overgeven hoe het zo gebeuren in elkaar gewassen of als ik interactie tussen die en
As ek maar te koop het en ek het nie 'n lolly gehad nie.
If I would buy myself a tip and I don't have a lolly,
dan gaan ek tot daar by Kelly sy huis.
Then I would go to Kelly's house.
En dan het ek gaan vra of sy nie miskien my lolly wil leen nie.
Then I would ask her to borrow me a lolly.
For what?
To smoke.
En after that het sy vir my gegee.
And that's after that she would give it to me.
En dan het ek gerook en het ek saam met haar gerook en sometimes dan het ek vir Boeta ook gegee.
Then I would smoke with her. Sometimes I would also give Boeta.
Dat is hoe ek bevriend geraak het saam met hulle en Fale leer ken het.
That's how I became friends with them and learned to know them.
Was this something that happened regularly? That you would go to their house and smoke there?
As dit wat so gebeur elke keer waar so na huis toe gaan en waar jy so gehoor.
Dat is correct, my Lord.
Dis reg so eerlik.
Did they also come to your house?
Het hulle ook na die huis gegaan?
Sy het gekom na my huis toe altyd, maar ons het nooit by my huis gesit en ook reg, want Ayanda was sometimes baie streng geweest.
They would come to my house, my Lord, but I wouldn't smoke in my house because I was very strict.
Maar as ek my eie ding het en my eie lolly, dan ook ek in my huis en by Ayanda se plek.
But if I didn't have my own tip and my own lolly, I would smoke in the house at Ayanda's place.
En hy het daarvan geweet ek rook in plek in.
He knew that I would smoke inside his place.
You now told us about the fact that Ayanda was also selling drugs and you assisted him in selling drugs. That stopped at a certain stage. Is that correct?
He had to say Ayanda had put the rest of the book and he had
That's correct, my Lord.
Can you give us an indication when he stopped selling?
Kan ik het over dat zeggen wanneer hij stop wat hulle verkoop.
Ik kan nog niet erg nou verzekeren is van, maar ik weet hoe zit. Hij heeft gestopt, dat is in 2023, omtrent daar heeft hij gestopt.
I won't be able to give you precise, but I think in 2023, around there, that's when he stopped.
Van 2024 heeft hij niet meer drugs begonnen kopen.
Because in 2024, he wasn't selling any drugs.
So then you were buying your drugs from Gums.
So that's what he was the Gums for.
That's correct, my lord.
That's where he
And I accept that you knew that there was a love relationship between Buddha and Kelly.
And so I found that he also considered this as Buddha and Kelly.
That's correct, my lord.
So, we're going to go through what happened. I'm going to let you tell us the story in your own words. I want you to start at what happened on Sunday, the 18th of February, 2024. Okay?
Ons gaan nou na waar alles ons gebeur het. En nie weer of die vraag moet nie net vertel wat so gebeur het die Sondag. Dit is in die 19 van Februarie.
Miss Sonako?
Yes, my lord.
So you're going to break it up, the Sunday?
Yes.
Is there a lot that happened on the Monday according to the evidence that's going to be led?
My lord, this is quite lengthy. It's going to be in chapters Sunday first and then the Monday.
I would suggest if we go Sunday and we can complete Sunday, say by 1:45, then we break. Then we start with the Monday tomorrow morning rather.
My
so
lord.
that we don't break up the days. Unless you want to go Sunday morning, say lunchtime, then we break.
I will try to keep an eye on.
Because
on
remember,
my watch.
we have the arrangement to also
Yes.
give defense an
No,
opportunity.
indeed, my lord, indeed. Okay. So you can start Sunday morning, 18th of February.
Jy kan begin Sondagoggend 18 Februarie.
That's correct, my lord. De zondagochtend heb ik opgestaan.
The Sunday morning, I got out of bed.
Heb ik mijn huiswerk gedaan bij de huis.
I did my home chores at my house.
En verder aan heb ik kost gemaakt van mijn kinders en van Janda.
Further on, I prepared food for my kids and for Ayana.
En verder aan kom ik terug, ga ik naar Kawas toe.
After that, I came back, I went to the car wash.
En verder aan is op mijn huis.
Wait.
Just even wait.
Ja, stadig. Okay. You prepare food
Die het kos voorbereid
for you and Ayanda.
vir myself en Ayana.
I'm sorry, for the kids. My apologies. For the kids and Ayanda. Sorry. Was Ayanda at home that time of the morning?
Ayanda was bij Kawas geweest.
He was at the car wash.
Okay, so you say you prepare food for him. How does he get his food?
Die is hier kos gemaakt voor hom. Hoe krijg je dus die kost?
Ik heb de kost klaargemaakt, toen ga ik die kost Kawas toe.
I finished preparing the food. Then I took some of the food to the car wash.
And then you came back to your house.
That's correct, my lord.
Now the food for the kids?
Daar was geen kost voor de kinders geweest, daar was net kost voor Ayanda geweest.
There was no food for the kids, there was only food for Ayanda.
So what did you do?
Verder aan heb ik omgegaan naar Kelly se huis, toe ek kan saamvat.
Then I went to Kelly's house, taking the children with me.
En verder aan sien ek ook aan die kanaal staan 'n sweerde bakkie, 'n bakkie in het.
On the other side of the canal, then I noticed a bakkie standing.
Okay, stop there.
Did she say speerderbakkie?
Speerderbakkie, yes.
Empty bakkie.
Yes, my lord, I will deal with it. If you say you go around to Kelly's house, what do you mean? How do you go?
As jy sê, ek omgegaan na Kelly's huis toe. Hoe gaan jy?
My lord, I must
Just one moment.
interject here. The witness didn't say I went around. The witness's word, state is leading subtly. Witness's words with further, in I wrote in English, I went with children to Kelly's house. The state is saying I went around.
I also wrote went around.
Yeah, the word around was not in English.
I wrote went around to Kelly's house, took the children with me. But let's clarify that.
Can I just ask,
Because
can I just ask the witness to slow it down, because I realize I'm now listening to the English translation because she's Russian with Afrikaans.
okay,
Thank you, Mama.
yeah. Just take it a bit slower.
Jy moet dit stadig.
Let's go back to you now return from the car wash.
Ons gaan ook terug, waar jy nou teruggekeer het van die car wash.
Start there again and try and a little bit slower if you can.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Bietjie stadiger as jy kan.
So you came back from the car wash, took the food to Ayanda, and then
Hier, ek was pas op pad na Ayanda, ek gaan terug na die huis toe wat gebeur toe.
Toe vat ek met 2 kinders, gaan ek om na Kelly se huis toe by die keer by die rotse, by die rotse.
Then I took my 2 kids, going to Ayanda's house. I went past this rocks.
Dus,
she went to Kelly's house. She
dis
said-
korrek.
interpreted, went to Ayanda's house. I heard Ayanda.
Then I
Now,
went to Kelly's house. I went past the rocks.
now just stop there. The witness used the Afrikaans word om. Toe gaan ek om. Na Kelly says. Now, that can be translated, I went around. It can be translated, I went to. Subject to how you speak. But we now know she went to Kelly's house, whether you use the word around or not. And she went past the rocks. Now, you may or may not be aware, Miss Lombard, that we visited the area.
Ons het die area besoek.
So we know where Kelly's house was.
Ons weet waar Kelly's huis geleë is.
We know where the rocks were, and they still are. And we know where your house is,
Daar kennis waar die huis was.
and we know that your door faces away from the rocks, if one would look from the rocks.
Die weet ook dat die huis is weer weg van die rots af.
Now, the route to Kelly's house,
Om te weer na Kelly's huis toe.
there's sort of a fence behind your house.
As 'n sekere draad en as 'n heining agter die huis.
We saw the wires there,
We draai na gesien.
and there's a little footpath going that goes past the rocks to Kelly's place.
Daar's 'n pypie wat verby deur ons gaan na Kelly's huis.
Dis korrek, my lord.
Did it also look like that at the time when you were there in 2024?
Was dit dieselfde geval hoe jy nog daar was in die jaar 2020?
Dis korrek, my lord.
Correct, so man.
I'm saying this to you so that maybe you can explain with reference to certain points. We also know where the canal runs. Good. Yes, thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
As the court pleases, my lord. So, when you say you went na Kelly's huis, when you went to Kelly's house, you're saying you went past the rocks.
Yes.
Maybe you can now, in light of the explanation that the Honourable Court has just given you, just explain the road that you followed, how you got there.
Hier het gesê die is na Kelly's huis. Die hof het nou vriend verweten in verband met die rotsen en die baantje dat nou van onverdedigd waterrichting.
Achterom by Ayanda, achterom.
Behind Ayanda.
Die pad aan die agterkant verby die rotsklippe, daar achterom gaan ek na Kelly's huis toe.
That footpath between behind Ayanda, past the rocks to Kelly's house.
Yes.
Now you also said that as you were now walking to the house, you saw a vehicle. Where did you?
My lord, I apologize. This witness, I did not hear that she spoke anything about any vehicle yet. She's still walking towards.
You might not have heard, Mr. Armser, but I did.
I didn't hear that.
The last time I checked, a bakkie is a vehicle.
Yes, the bakkie is. But not any
She
other
spoke
vehicle.
about a detective bakkie,
Yes.
a speerders bakkie. Now, a bakkie is a vehicle. I'm going to check this afternoon whether my bakkie is a vehicle. The objection is overruled.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is the court pleases, my lord?
You know, Ms. Swanepoel, because we're going back and forth, that's where the confusion comes in. I'm going to ask you, structure the evidence. Let's adjourn now. We rushed it this afternoon. Then maybe, because you can still consult with the witness, work out a structure so that we follow it step by step tomorrow. And maybe the strategy should be that it's a question and answer. Because if the witness is going to tell the story, you always would want to go back, and then my notes look like a fruit salad. Because now I have to go back to a previous paragraph and quickly fill in some missing information. You would have noticed, maybe if you did, I'm trying to write down verbatim as the witness testifies, but I also break it up in numbers, and it makes it difficult. Don't stress about it now. We've pushed it this afternoon, and maybe we'll do better by taking a deep breath, all of us. And tomorrow, if I can ask for us to ensure that the witness's voice is amplified so that counsel can hear. Because I can hear it, maybe counsel didn't hear, because I saw two of them jump up. And let's try and stick to the wording used by the witness or the interpreter, because we spoke about the bakkie, and the next time when you rephrase the question, you spoke about the vehicle, and then I saw some activity to my right. So let's not misunderstand each other. It's an important witness. If it's a 204 witness, let's structure it so that we might have a continuum for the day. You now know you might want to take a step back when we come back in the morning and we push the day, and then you can decide. I've indicated that first prize is, if we can sit through, but it might be very tiring, that we take little short breaks tomorrow. To a point, we take a break, you can plan it, you can structure it, and everybody can come back refreshed in the morning. Will that suit everyone?
As the court pleases, ma'am.
Let me just quickly hear, are you still going to speak to the accused this afternoon, or are they in the morning? Mr. Adamson?
My Lord, I will speak to the accused, my accused this afternoon, but not for a long time.
Okay. Then to all three of the defense counsel, if you can just liaise with the SABC officials insofar as it relates to this afternoon, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, just make those arrangements so that you know that there's no misunderstanding.
Thank you, my Lord. But further than that, I will stick to our argument in chambers that we consult after 1 tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you, my Lord.
I know you're going to consult tomorrow afternoon, but if you need a little bit of time this afternoon, just tell the SABC officials. If you want to see them in the morning, just make arrangements with them so that they know they're traveling, etc. And
so.
then
Thank you, my Lord.
I also want defense counsel to advise me tomorrow about whether you need any assistance on the weekend with consultation, so that I can make the necessary rulings or endorse the J7s, so that you don't have difficulty if you want to go and consult. Think through it, let me know tomorrow, so that I can make the necessary endorsements. You don't have to answer me now. Right. Mr. Apollis, 9 o'clock, court will start. You might be brought earlier, subject to your counsel's request, all three of you. Mr. Apollis, Mr. Van Rhyn, Malmesbury Correctional Center, Ms. Smith, Lombard SABC. I've already, Mr. Dowries, I've already signed the warrants, so they are available. I don't have to warn the witness is brought here in the morning. I expect that we might have a full house tomorrow. So to the members of the public, you know it's going to be full, and you know that the numbers are limited. You know the drill, how it happened on the first day. I'm not going to say you have to queue from before daylight. If you want a seat, I suspect the house is going to be full, to ensure that you have a space. To the SABC officials, I suspect you know by now who the family members of the accused are, or people with a particular interest, so that the necessary arrangements are just made so that you don't exclude people that need to be in the room. Thank you. Court adjourned.